for the speakers, just like a what do you call it? You have access to the drive?
I do.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a message.
Okay.
Okay, we're being live streamed, everybody. Okay, so we're gonna let in everyone now. And please let me know if there's a council member that I've missed, so I can make them a co-host. All right, thank you, everybody. This is CECD2 October calendar meeting, and before we go to roll call, I just want to just state that I kindly asked our Vice President, Kaushik Das, to chair the meeting today. I've had a number of family issues to deal with, and it's just been a difficult day for me. So I'm, and he was graciously was good with taking over chairing today's meeting, and so I'm going to hand it over to you, Kaushik, Kush, our Vice President, and I appreciate your help this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben, or President Morton. Let's see, make sure I have the agenda up. Well, first off, I think we should take a roll call, and I'm going to call on Robin Kelleher, our recording secretary, and our administrative assistant, Harry Charnel, Charnel Harry, to take roll call, please.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'll do roll call tonight. Start with Robin Broshi. Robin Broshi, are you on?
I think she indicated she was going to be absent today.
Okay. Kaushik Das.
Here.
Daniela Souza Igorov.
Here.
Lupe Hernandez.
Here.
Robin Kelleher here. Ben Morden.
Here.
Hushmanil.
Here.
Lim Fong Sim.
Present.
And Lily.
She's out today.
Okay.
She can't make it today.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm here.
Chen, I'm sorry. Chen Kwok.
Okay.
I think he said here already.
Chen Kwok said here. So we have 2 absent and the rest of us are here.
No one ever asked me either.
Len Silverman. Len, you know what? I'm so dependent on Charnel for doing this that my list is incomplete.
I'm
Len,
here.
Thank you for letting us know you're here, Len. Len is here.
I don't think you'll be able to forget me.
Did I miss anyone else? I promise not to do it again.
Okay. We have 2 absent. That means we have 9 members. We should have quorum. And I'm going to call this meeting to order. Our October 2022 calendar meeting. So I've always, first I'm going to start with announcement of our Zoom chat rules and some meeting norms and expectations. I'll share my screen and go through our chat rules. Bear with me.
And interpreters? Are you going to announce
Interpreters,
interpreters?
yeah, I was going to say.
I will announce interpreters right after. Apologies. Thank you, Ushma. Rules for chat and meeting and calendar meetings. Our chat rules will be posted at the start of the meeting. Only hosts and co-hosts will get unrestricted chat. All other participants will be allowed to post to everyone or individually to hosts and co-hosts. No participant-to-participant chats will be allowed. Participant to everyone chat will be disabled during meetings, public speaking sessions. Will be disabled during the superintendent's report and select other times if we deem necessary. All participants will show respect in the chat. Council members, when we're communicating with the public, will endeavor to post only factual information to everyone, or in rare cases, directly to participants. Will not engage in arguments with participants publicly or privately. An overseeing committee of 3 individuals, myself, Lupe Hernandez, and Robin Kelleher, will monitor chat via text group. Although for today, I was hoping I could see this responsibility. I was going to suggest Janie or Chen. Janie, maybe, as our previous recording secretary. Would you be willing?
Sure.
Thank you. Profane language results in immediate expulsion. If other language or behavior is deemed inappropriate by 2 of the 3 supervising committee members, a first bad act will result in a 5-minute cooling off session for all, and a second bad act will result in a 10-minute cooling off session for all, and a third strike, chat will be turned off for the remainder of the meeting. And I'm going to endeavor to post these rules in chat right now, which I'm unable to do. I'm going to share this document. I'll share it with Robin, and maybe Robin can post it in the chat. Okay. Next, we're going to talk about some calendar meeting norms and expectations. I don't know who that is.
Sorry, Kush, the interpreters are having some difficulties, so as soon as they get on the line, I'll let you know.
Okay. We'll announce our interpreters in the meantime. Ray Hoffman is a sign language interpreter for tonight. And the alternative sign language interpreter is Rachel Grudberg. Also, I assume Paula Santiago and Miguel and Angel Rodriguez are the Spanish interpreters. Do we have Mandarin as well tonight or not? We do not.
No.
Okay. And you said they're having difficulties. Should we wait a moment or continue?
You can continue because I have to go off of this to do it.
I'm going to make them co-hosts, so they shouldn't have an issue. Ray Hoffman, you're a co-host now.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Where are we? Okay, calendar meeting norms and expectations. So at the last meeting, there was dispute on 2 issues. One was regarding the use of Zoom cameras for open meeting law, specifically city versus state interpretations of open meeting law. Another was in regards to a council member coming in and voting, having not been here during what another council member felt was the majority of the session. As promised, President Morden did have our parliamentarian research this matter, and I'm going to let him speak for the take it away for those 2 topics. Len, I don't know if you're ready.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. As the parliamentarian of the District 2 Community Education Council, I was asked to look into 2 issues. The first issue was whether or not a member can vote at the last minute. And there is no prohibition either in the bylaws or anything that I could find that would prohibit a member from casting a vote, even if they were not present for the majority or vast majority of a meeting. As long as there is a roll call vote and that member name is called, they would be entitled to vote. So that was issue number 1. That was my initial thoughts when I was asked about the question in our last meeting. So I stand by that, and as far as I can tell, that is the way it's going to be, and a member can vote even if it's last minute. The second issue, which I think is going to affect some members here potentially tonight, is the fact that whether or not members, and this is Community Education Council members, are required to have their cameras on. And in researching this and in looking at the language that has been put out for open meetings law, specifically with regard to public meetings, including Community Education Council member meetings, it is clear that the language contains words such as visible and seen. In other words, members are required to be visible and seen. I don't think there's any interpretation of visible and seen that would work any other way other than to have a member visible on screen. And I mean visible on screen enough to at least see that member's face and be able to tell and determine whether or not they are there. I think that the public and all of you here tonight have an expectation that we are here, we are present, we have not left the room, we are not going to any other meetings. And I think you should be able to tell whether or not your council member is actually listening to what you have to say. So with that being said, I think it's the rules are pretty clear that all council members should have their cameras on. If a council member is required to leave or has to use the bathroom, they should either continue to leave their cameras on and it will be clear that they've left the room or are not present. Or if there's a circumstance where they may need to leave their cameras off for, let's say, a few minutes, maybe to put something on saying that member is not present. But I think it's very misleading to have a situation where there is a screensaver or something that lists a council member's name when there's no way for the public and members of the public to tell whether or not that member is in fact present. And I think the rules were written, the language was included, the language of visible and seen, specifically to avoid that that issue. So that's my thoughts on it. So let me just say, and I'll just add this, I would leave it to the chair to determine whether or not members would even be permitted to remain at the meeting if their cameras are not on. I think that is something we would need to decide, or the chair would need to decide at this point.
I'm going to add one more comment before addressing that. President, I would add to whatever Len said that President Moore and I did also request this matter be looked into both by FACE and DOE legal, including a specific, I think it was mentioned by a specific council member that she had spoken to a person at DOE legal. I requested that person as well, specifically, if they knew. And we have not heard back affirmatively one way or the other from either FACE or DOE legal. And so I'm inclined to go with our parliamentarian's findings. Len, one other comment that perhaps you want to make. There also was some consideration of state law versus city law. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you found that the city law only supersedes one paragraph of state law and does not supersede the paragraphs that pertain to the cameras having to be seen and heard, as you mentioned before.
Well, there's not there's nothing in particular that would conflict in this particular in this particular set of circumstances. So again, we have to follow the same rules. The law is written so we follow the same rules if this meeting was being held in person. And if you leave the room, you leave the room, and people can tell that you've left the room. It's just not fair for people to believe that their council members are in fact there when we're not. So I think it's pretty straightforward. Again, that's why the language is visible and seen.
Okay. My opinion at this time is that I'm okay to leave, for council members to leave cameras off until they come to a point where they need to be addressed, or sorry, where they're addressing anyone in particular. And if they want to actually be recognized, then the cameras will have to be turned on during that time. I will make a small allowance for the first half hour or so due to various people having to be late or anything. I would request, though, that the sign language not take primary, I think we'd agreed to this, not take primary viewing screen role, if that's all right. Thank you. If people do want to see that, though, there is a function. If you right-click on the thing, you may pin to the first screen, which should pin it onto the first screen, and I think in the top right corner, but certainly to the first screen, so they could be seen during the entire meeting. Thank you. Okay, next up, Vice President's report. As I've mentioned in the past, I always thought it was strange that the President's report came later. And since I'm chairing tonight, I requested that this would be moved further up in the agenda. Can council members mute, please? Having said that, I wish I had prepared something more eloquent to say, having been given this role, but I was preparing on many fronts. I think there's been a lot that's happened in this past month. In the last meeting, one of the major resolutions that we discussed and discussion for the meeting itself had a lot to do with the situation of migrant families into New York City, and I think we were told that they should be referred to as asylum-seeking students and families. That's preoccupied a lot of several council members' time, I know, this week, both in ways of resolution as well as actual donations and in terms of impact to their schools. Not surprisingly, there's another resolution to that effect. On top of that, we've also had admissions decision and admissions announcement, which coincidentally happened, I think, right after Superintendent Kelly's, well, not coincidentally, because we knew our time was short, but immediately after Superintendent Kelly's engagement session. And since then, we've had another admissions and diversity committee session as well regarding admissions. There are major announcements regarding high school and middle schools. I'm sure Kelly will address it as well. We might touch on it as well during admissions and diversity committee updates. But I'll recap on two major fronts. The high school session and the high school admissions rules. They, by the way, open on the 12th, which is tomorrow. Admissions are open for everybody. I think there was a confusion when admissions for high school versus middle school happened. High school is tomorrow, middle school is the 26th. When they open tomorrow, in my opinion, two major things happened. One, they've kept the bucketing system from last year, but they amended it to include an extra bucket. So now there's 5 tiers instead of 4. They also narrowed significantly the first tier. I do believe there's significant confusion on what that first tier entails. Most people believe that it just moved from an 85 to a 90. That is only partially correct. Tier 1 buckets for screen schools will be 90 and above as one requirement. The second requirement is the student must also be in the top 15% of his school or the top 15% of students across New York City. I think that 15% rule is something that's been ignored. A lottery component still remains in that if there is no difference in that top tier, whether you are 99 or the bottom of the bracket happens to be 90, 95, what have you. But all those, everyone will be assigned a lottery number, and there will be no distinction in the top tier between the 99 and the lowest cutoff score in that bracket. We've asked for the lowest cutoff score in that bracket. We don't know what that is, but we were told that an average of that bracket is estimated to be 95 or 96. Middle school admissions were left largely to the discretion of the districts, and in my reading of it, to the community, district community. There is, but I will let Superintendent McGuire expand more on this. I think he may address it during his session, and if not, it will also be addressed during the Admissions and Diversity Committee updates. Unfortunately, I think that's a bulk of what transpired in the last month. It's certainly a bulk of what's occupied for council members' times. I'm going to likely close with that, and again, thank President Morden for letting me chair tonight's meeting, and thank for the public as always, for coming. And let's move on to business because there's lots to do. Oh, one other thing I will say is I think there are a lot of families here that intend to speak tonight. Based on the numbers, I made a rough guess that we're going to limit public speaking to 1.5 minutes. We can choose to make that smaller or larger during the second public speaking session. I will also be enforcing public speaking limits for council members so that we can hear more from the public. I intend to limit council members speaking to 3 minutes. If I happen to forget in one place or another, it doesn't prevent me from enacting it in the future. We will endeavor to do so evenly throughout the session, and I hope that our administrative assistant and recording secretary can assist me in this regard.
Point of order.
Yes.
I didn't see, there's nothing in the bylaws that I was able to find that specifically would give you the authority to limit council members speaking to 3 minutes. There is a provision in the bylaws that would allow you to limit public members, individuals or members of the public that want to speak who are permitted up to 2 minutes, and that can be either extended or reduced as seen fit by the chair, but not council members. That was something I looked into.
Okay, we have done it in the past. So with lack of guidance, can we make a motion to vote on this?
I mean, you're talking about for this particular meeting. I don't want to waste more. I mean, I don't want to get too much involved in time. I mean, dealing with this issue, we have a lot of people here, but I just wanted to say there's nothing in the bylaws that permits you to restrict a council member's time in terms of speaking.
are we allowed to make a motion to vote to make it apply for this meeting?
That's a good question. I don't know if Jennifer Greenblatt might want to say, I mean, you're talking
I
about
would
it.
say, I would say, yes, you can, if the bylaws are silent on it. If you want to limit, council members' time, I believe it was in the bylaws. It may have been taken out in the last go around, was
It
in
was
there
not-
previously.
Yeah, it was not in the most recent.
So, yes, if you all agree to, you know, limiting time so that the public can speak more, of course you could do that.
Okay. I will, well, that's the end of my vice president report. I see Chen has his hand raised, and I'll let him speak, and then I'm going to entertain a motion to limit limit council member speaking sessions to 3 minutes. Go, Chen.
Yeah, thank you. So I would say that now that we've clarified on the cameras being on, I must insist that we stick to that. Otherwise, it's meaningless. If we allow now, all of a sudden, we still don't require council members to turn on the camera to be visible and heard. So we've had that interpretation. So we should follow it to the full intent of it, and we should use it as a default. And on exceptional basis, you know, approve with individuals' requests, because if they're late or if there's some other issue, maybe go to the bathroom, then, you know, for short periods, then you can, you know, get, you know, excuse that. But I think by default, we should follow the OML law, not in letter, but in spirit as well. So I must, you know, insist on that for everyone, because I don't want to hear later, well, you let me do this, you let me do that before, and then now you don't let me. So it's so unfair, like a 5-year-old. So I would like to make it consistent from the get-go, now that we've got it clarified. And as far as council member speakers time, and, you know, I think if it's not written, it doesn't mean you can't restrict it. And you have a discretion as the president or the delegate of the president to make that decision as you need to see. And I think, you know, you can also define if it's a one-time event or 2 times for council members to speak, and not going beyond a certain number of times and then extending the meeting forever. Thank you.
Okay. To address Treasurer Chen's comments, well, I think there's going to be a vote. So I think at that time, if people want to vote, we'll abide by the rules and require council members to have their cameras turned on if they wish to participate in the vote, and I'd like them to be on thereafter. So I will make a motion to limit council member speaking time to 3 minutes, and also limit their speaking time to twice per topic that we are on at the time.
I second that.
Robin and Chanel, could you take a roll call vote, please?
Robin Broshi? It's absent. Kaushik Das?
Yes.
Daniela Suzit-Yurov?
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez?
Yes.
Lupe? Kelleher, yes?
Wait, stop. We're going to require the camera. Wait, the cameras need to be on for the vote.
She has 2 different accounts.
She has. Her camera is
she's
on. Her camera is
I
on.
cannot use the sound on the camera. This is gonna have to do.
Moving
I
on.
apologize.
Morden?
Yes.
Yes. Ushmaniel?
Yes.
Len Silverman?
Yes.
Fong Sim?
Yes.
And Lily is absent still. Okay.
And I say yes as well.
Did I skip you again, Chen?
It's okay.
I promised Len I wouldn't skip him, but I just skipped you. So
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make another motion. I'm going to restrict presentation of resolutions to. I'm going to restrict to 3 minutes, plus if the resolution is greater than 2 pages, an additional minute per page. Does anyone to second that motion as well?
Seconded.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote. Robin Broshi is absent. Kaushik Das?
Yes.
Yes. Daniela?
Yes.
Lupe?
This is for what?
Mendez?
I'm limiting speaking time on resolution presentations to 3 minutes. I said 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes, and then 1 additional minute if it's longer than 2 pages per page.
Okay, yes.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Jen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morden,
Yes.
Bush Manil,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
and Lily is absent. Okay, passes.
Okay, great. So without much further ado, we're going to move on to our presentation of our resolutions. First up is Resolution 207, which is a resolution to support the needs of asylum-seeking students in District 2. I believe Robin Kelleher is presenting. Is that correct? Yes, no, Robin?
207, I thought was lower lab. Am I?
Nope.
Okay, then I will be presenting. I
And I
actually,
know you have trouble sharing your screen. I am
yeah,
pulling it
please
up
share
a moment.
screen. I hadn't counted on the new minute time, so don't start yet. But I do think it's important to highlight the details of this resolution. It's pretty intricate, and I think it's very, very timely and necessary. It's a dire need that we need to explore the situation here. So you can start my time now. So we all know the situation going on right in New York City with massive numbers of asylum seekers entering into our city. It's estimated that 17,400 asylum seekers have arrived in New York City, and that number was a couple of days old. So I imagine by now it's much larger. Kush, are you jumping around? So Mayor Adams announced on Friday, he announced a state of emergency, saying that we've already received about 100,000 people in our shelters, and we might by next year, I'm sorry, and that 40,000 asylum seekers may be arriving. We passed a resolution 206 to support dual language programs, and we believe that comes into play here because we think that the dual language programs are more than necessary, but completely essential right now for these families who are arriving and do not speak English. We have 5,500 enrolled in the DOE schools, and that number was from a couple of days ago. As of today, I was speaking with Iris, and I believe that it's higher. I know at PS33, we've already received more, so these numbers are already old, but PS111 and MS 933 City Knoll, together, they have 120 asylum-seeking students. PS51 had 65 as of last week. PS33 had 50. Now we have 60. Morton School had 5. I believe they had a few more today. I know PS11 is starting to receive them, and they're in the process right now of looking for an additional hotel, and more students will be coming throughout the weeks, months, and year. What I'd like to point out here is that these migrants these asylum seekers are arriving with nothing. And the hotels are bare bones. And they are coming to school and they need everything. And it's beyond the purview of the schools to be able to provide all this. And we really, we've had a grassroots effort going from school to school and many school drives to try to supply these families with clothes and school supplies and personal care items, but we do believe that we need more. We need more of a citywide effort, a federal effort. So I'm going to read some of the items. For example, there's no way for families to wash clothes other than the bathroom. Washing facilities and laundry detergent are lacking. They only receive medical attention in emergency situations. So most of these families who have had long journeys to get here have not received medical attention. And many need to be evaluated or should be evaluated to make sure that they're okay, especially the children. They haven't been evaluated for missing vaccines or vaccinations, and I know they have some time to do that, but that is a health concern for them and for everyone in New York City. Really, essentially, they need legal and next step advice, and they need long-term plans. These families don't speak English, most of them, and from my experience, there are very limited, if any, translators on site. The legal experts, therefore, if you recall,
point of order, you actually have another minute.
Okay, I have one more minute because it's a third page. What we really need is we need legal experts, which is completely beyond my experience and that of most of the families that have been working with us in the schools. We need federal assistance. We need help from the higher ups we need school counselors, we need doctors on hand, so therefore we resolved to come down here. We've asked for, let's see down here. We need the DOE to hire translators to assist Spanish-speaking families, provide medical evaluations and aid for asylum-seeking families, ensure all students are vaccinated in compliance with New York State mandates, and provide legal professional advice for asylum-seeking families. We also urge President Biden, the federal government, and FEMA to provide emergency federal aid to pay for the unplanned and unfunded asylum-seeking surge. Lastly, I want to mention that we need global parent coordinators that speak Spanish to act as point person to these families, because there's a lot of confusion. Wait, one more thing. We need to expand the dual language programs immediately in D2, and we need global nurse and health practitioners to assist these families with medical and psychological needs.
Thank you.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kush,
We do usually allow
sorry.
finished thoughts.
Kush, can you let Paula Santiago just make an announcement for the Spanish interpreters?
I'm sorry.
Paula Santiago.
Oh,
She
Paula
just has to make an
Santiago.
announcement. Yeah.
Okay. What do I have to do? She's
Just
muted?
unmute. Yeah.
Okay, bear with me. Paula, you should be able to unmute.
Oh, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So the following announcement is going to be in Spanish. Buenas tardes. Por favor, marquen el número 347-966-4114 más el número de ID o numeral 575-364-784. Y si quieren escuchar el audio en español, pero prefieren permanecer en esta sesión de Zoom para poder ver la audiencia en su computadora, por favor, silencien la computadora y el volumen y marquen la línea de la conferencia en español en su teléfono. Una vez más, repetimos el número por si no lo han escuchado, es el 347-966-4114. Más el número de conferencia de ID 575-364-784. Y no se olviden que este número es totalmente gratuito. Muchas gracias y buenas noches. Thank you.
And we will distribute this resolution in Spanish as well.
Okay. Any other? I should have addressed this before. If any other co-sponsors have anything to add, I'll allow 1 minute more for any additional add-on. Nope. Okay. We're going to move on to Resolution 208. It's a resolution to expand PS 77, New York City Lower Lab School for Gifted Education, into a K-8 elementary plus middle school. I believe the presenter for this is Daniela. Daniela, I just shared the document with you. You can either, I don't know if you want to pull it up and share it, or if you would like me to do so.
You can share. Thank you, Kirsch. So will be a very quick presentation, but basically we are asking the district for be able to expand lower lab to middle school. So now it is a K-5 school, and the community would love to be a K-8 school. There are a couple of reasons for that, but the main reasons is that lower lab is one of the only schools that are very similar with citywide gifted and talent schools, which means that they have an accelerated program. So the kids are doing a 1 year in advance curriculum, and it's not a K-8. So all the other schools, children have access either to a K-8 or a K-12 school. And there have been many attempts to expand lower lab in the past, but I think now it's even more important, given that with the lack of academic screens over the last few years and the lottery system, our students are really going to schools where they are repeating 5th grade. So the content that they have already seen in 5th grade, which is the content on most schools in 6th grade, when they go to other middle schools, they have to repeat all of that content, and that really has I think hurt progress for our community, for our student community. And I should say that even some parents have come and said, you know, should I continue really pushing my kids to be accelerated if they're not going to have that access at middle school? And so a couple of more things is that it's a very, very efficient school. We are every single seat is used, so we really believe that it would be able to attract and to help with retention of middle school students in our district. And we would love for Lower Lab to be then a middle school that actually can serve not only our students, but also as well other middle school students in the district who definitely need that accelerated curriculum. And so we are proposing, the resolution proposes 4 classes of 6th grade to start with, 4 classes. Yeah, I think that's it. These are the main points. The community is very excited about this. There has been a lot of work done to put this together, as well as reach out to elected officials, work with our wonderful principal, Ms. Miller, and yep.
You sure you're done? You would have more time because this is a long resolution. It
Right
says
on
6
time.
pages.
No,
Okay, fine.
less is more, you know.
I'm going to add, can you start a 1-minute timer, please, Chanel? I would add just 1 or 2 things. Please, parents, please do look at this, because parents from Lower Lab have spent a lot of time on this resolution. It is probably the most detailed resolution I've seen to date from any CEC, and I cannot claim credit for this. I owe it all thanks to the parents of Lower Lab who advocated for this. It really goes into performance of lab, how efficient it is, how overutilized it is, which really means overcrowded, operating at 197% of capacity. And despite all that, how it's delivered fantastic results. There's really a chock full of data in there. I would also read some of therefore be it resolves. And it's a relevant point because it comes up in other resolutions. CECD2 suggests that New York City and District 2 specifically can attract back parents by expanding high-performing popular schools instead of losing parents who want to leave to an excellent quality education to charter schools, parochial schools, private schools, and the suburbs. Anyway, all the therefores are in one place. Please take a look at this very detailed resolution. Thank you. Okay, I believe I am up next. Resolution 209. It is, before you start the timer, it is another, sorry, these are all long resolutions. It's 3 and a little bit, so we set the timer to 4 minutes. So resolution 209 is a resolution to restore and expand choice for middle school admissions in District 2. As we mentioned before, we've had an engagement session already with Superintendent Kelly 2 weeks ago, and another one with the Admissions and Diversity Committee. Superintendent Kelly's was very well attended, over 200 families. I believe it was 220 something. Don't quote me on that. When I last took a look, might have been as high as 250. Our Admissions and Diversity Committee was almost as large, but then there's an additional, I don't know, Ben, correct me, somewhere in the order of 350 to 400 plus that also watched it on YouTube. In that meeting, that second meeting, I reframed the discussion because in the first meeting, there was a lot. Though Superintendent McGuire wanted to frame the discussion on 2 norms, a lot of the discussion quickly devolved into screens versus not screens. I chose to reframe this conversation saying, why not both? And that is the first whereas of our resolution. District 2 middle schools pre-pandemic once had a plethora of choice by having a range of schools that included screened middle schools, schools that offered both screened SP programs and unscreened AP programs side by side, schools that offered combined screened and lottery admissions, zone schools, and neighborhood community schools. In my opinion, I did not hear anything in the second or first meeting that really gave a good reason why people who prefer lottery shouldn't have access to those schools, as well as families who prefer screened schools also have access to those schools as well. This resolution goes a little bit further than that, than just requesting the restoration of what was once lost. We think that at minimum that should be done. But we go further to say that beyond that, that we'd like to reinstate academic screens to schools that were screened pre-pandemic, including schools like Lab Middle School, Salk School of Science, Eastside Middle, Clinton, Hudson River Middle School, School in the Future, though I know that has some territorial issues in our district, as well as SP programs with academic screens and programs that provide combined screen and lottery missions, such as Yorkville East. In addition to that, we also recommend that all zoned and large schools offer accelerated programming in New York State regions as part of their curriculum, and that such advanced curriculum be not just limited to mathematics, but rather include other subject areas such as social studies, ELA, and world languages. Furthermore, not all advanced curriculum should be eligible to all, but some should require mastery of prerequisites. We also support in this resolution the continued screens lower Lab Middle School extending G&T pedagogy as per the last resolution we just discussed. What wasn't, I think, didn't delve into that is the recommendation there also was that 4 classrooms for grade 6 would be created, 2 to offer continuation to the lower lab curriculum as it exists, and another 2, and whatever's left of the first through attrition, be offered to on a screen basis to other students in the district. Wholly, we believe that this would truly restore choice to parents in District 2. We disagree with the notion that screen schools should be limited. They should actually be expanded to serve based on the needs of the community, which is actually in the Chancellor's announcement. It actually a little conflicted whether that should be limited versus based on the needs of the community. We vote for the latter, based on the needs of the community, and there should be wide choice for parents among all these opportunities. And lastly, CECD2 urges DOE leadership, Superintendent Kelly McGuire, to work extensively with CECD2, its Admissions and Diversity Committee, to flesh out details on the above before presenting the community recommendation to the DOE. And we also urge the head of enrollment and higher ups in the DOE to work with us as well. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing. Last up is Resolution 210. Ben, do you need me to share or?
I'll share that. Just one moment. Okay. Good evening, everyone. So Resolution 210. Many of you who've been following our council closely for the past few years, you might have noticed that basically this resolution addresses has been addressed a few times, especially with Resolution 190. I'm just going to cut right to the therefore and then step back. So therefore, be it resolved, CECD2 urgently requests at minimum borough priority be reinstated for District 2 students for high school admissions for fall 2023. Why? For 2 years in a row, we've had admissions results that have been basically very disappointing for parents in District 2. And you see in the first 2 whereas, it's 2 years in a row, 18% of families did not get matched to one of their 12 choices. Now, most parents dive deep into admissions for the top 5 selections. And if you look at that, District 2 had choices of 60% for 2 years ago, and last year, or going into this school year, had 51%. So basically, students from District 2 are not getting any of their top 5 choices 50% of the time. This year, we've had a new change for admissions for next year. There may be some improvements, but last year when we had 250 students applying from our District 2 to their high school selections, we had the same results. This year, we may get a slight improvement, but in the subsequent years, we're going to get smaller class sizes. So then students applying to high demand schools will not be faring as well. And 2, our district is growing. We're getting more migrant students, and maybe we'll have a returning population. I hope so. So basically, this resolution tries to address the need to provide a a borough priority. Why other boroughs have a borough priority for high school admissions, and this allows them, when they're applying to schools, they can apply to a Manhattan school and have that safety of knowing if they don't get in, students can get a geographic priority. And we're just looking to have that same treatment for Manhattan students. And it's not just District 2, it's all of Manhattan. And I think this is also in line with what the chancellor has said. All right, just I'll leave it
actually,
at that.
you have 1 more minute, I believe, Ben.
I do. Okay.
Because of the length of the resolution.
We do have in my discussions with the superintendent, we do have schools of 6 through 12 in the district. We have 2 schools, School of the Future and the Clinton School. This allows to have, in a sense, a district priority by getting in as a middle school student, where you have automatic enrollment to a high school student. We're looking to expand the borough priority, but if the chancellor, excuse me, if the superintendent and the new high school superintendent from Manhattan will work with us to either work with borough priorities or maybe expanding some middle schools into high schools, this would allow to just relieve the pressure and allow families who are dealing with tremendous anxiety of trying to get their students to be able to attend a geographic located school, high school. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Thank you for keeping it to the point and on time. My fault, though, mea culpa. We did skip one agenda item, and we skipped liaison school updates. It was placed here for a reason, because it pertained to several of the resolutions. But I hope we don't have to make a motion to go back. If there are any objections, I'll note them now. But otherwise, if you could please go back to liaison school updates. I'd call on any council members to raise their hand to provide any updates for their schools. I see Robin Kelleher. Go ahead, you have the floor.
So as I mentioned in the resolution,
3 minutes. Sorry.
Sure. We at PS 33 have already received 60 families. We're going to receive more families throughout the year. We've had such a generous outpouring of donations and support from families at public schools throughout the city. We say specifically PS 89, but families at PS 234 in my neighborhood, at Clinton, MAT, Lab, PS 11, PS 51, PS 111. We've also had some private schools reach out. We've had some independent organizations, but basically we are doing what we can to fill the gaps that have been left by the government, the federal government and the city in terms of helping these families beyond just placing them in a bare bones hotel room with a roof over their head and beds, because they need more than that. I know Iris is doing her best to get them into schools, but they need more than a school. They need support in every way. And our school community is trying to absorb these families seamlessly, but we need more help, as do the other schools who are also absorbing these families. And I think by next meeting, we will have more schools to discuss who will be absorbing families. So I hope that by next meeting, we'll have more liaison updates, and we can, I hope that we proudly will be able to say that we'll have received federal aid by that point. That's my point.
Thank you. Any other, I see Ben. Go ahead, Ben. You have the floor.
I have to mention my liaison school today, PS 59. Had an incident where there was a lockdown. The police investigated and it was resolved. Luckily, nothing happened. And I know there has been another lockdown incident with another school recently. Tomorrow is CECD2 is hosting a safety committee meeting. I hope parents can attend. We recently had a survey, and one of the major issues in the survey where there was, I think, clear district consensus that safety is an issue, safety is a concern. So I just recommend parents please attend tomorrow, and there are certain things we can do. And I've been in a meeting just recently with the chancellor and some others, and in terms of like pushing for having doors locked and some other issues. And so your concerns should be voiced, and please attend tomorrow's safety committee meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Chen, you have the floor. We should be turning on the timer for this as well. I don't think Ben had used up 3 minutes, but.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Kelleher for her efforts in this past week. I think it was pretty, she did a lot, and I hope she will, have a little bit of rest, and people, from different quarters now from the government and other areas will come in to help. I do also want to recognize, Councilmember Neal for her also summer efforts in getting help and support for the migrants over the summer. I want to say that, for PS 111, which is my, liaison school, when the families first came over the summer, I think that we had a very positive attitude in the school. There's some press reports that were somewhat negative about students landing, and there was some overcrowding, but I think I have to give credit to Principal Gilligan and also Principal Kara over at City Knoll, who's just co-located with us. I think the most, concerns that parents had were really about what's next, what kind of resources, the shortfalls, but everyone was very welcoming. We had open hearts we had, more donation drives. We called for volunteers for sorting clothing that came in and supplies that came in. So I think as the resolution states, we have to address it with the government bodies, the mayor at the state and the federal level to give support. And I would even add that, it didn't make it onto the resolution, but, we got to control the flow ultimately, because we have open hearts, but the resources are not unlimited. So we have to really manage that and allow us time to support whoever does come in over the border and into our city. But, that's kind of my update. I just want to make sure that people know that the families are welcoming with open arms and hearts. But it's just the resources that are really constrained. And I don't want any naysayers or our schools or district to be smeared by anyone for that.
Thank you, Chen. Any other council members? Liaison updates for their schools? Okay. Sorry for going out of order, but that brings us to agenda item 6, which is a program presentation, and this will be very quick. There is none today. So that brings us very quickly onto the first public speaking session. I'm going to, Chanel, do you have a list of parents?
Yep, I just put it in the chat.
Okay, great. Before we start, I'll make one comment. We did agree to limit this to 1.5 minutes instead of 2 minutes. Piece of advice for the parents: if your name, especially if your name is already on your at the bottom of your screen, don't announce your name. Just tell us where your kid is from and what school they go to if you feel comfortable. Keep introductions to a minimum and get on to the meat of the topic. That's just my personal advice, but of course your 1.5 minutes is free to do with as you will. First person up is Ann Hager, and on deck is Adelia and Jeremy. Somebody unmute Ann.
I think I'm unmuted.
Go ahead.
I'd like to read some excerpts from a letter written and signed by nearly 600 educators in District 2, including principals from Clinton, Salk, Lab, Eastside Middle School, and almost every district middle school. Quote, "We know that New York City schools are among the most segregated in the country. We know that they need reform. We know that the practice of screening in public schools..." I think somebody's going over me. "Perpetuates systemic and institutionalized racism. These policies and practices are designed to exclude and disenfranchise children and families, not elevate inherent gifts or talent. Advancement and promotion to a school through screening reflects access and privilege, not aptitude and intelligence. All students will benefit from a diverse classroom. A large and comprehensive body of academic research affirms that integrated classrooms help students develop empathy and resilience when they learn alongside peers from a range of racial and socioeconomic backgrounds. These children are quite literally, in many cases, neighbors. If we're truly concerned about preparing them for a diverse world, and if we want them to go out and make the world a better, more equitable place, then we should be educating them in classrooms that reflect their communities and the values of diversity and inclusion that we champion." End quote. I respect and agree with the voices of these educators, and also understand that left to their own devices, every parent is going to fight as hard as they can to get what they perceive to be the best for their individual child. In District 2, there are so many great schools that gets lost in the narrative of what one CEC member referred to as some schools want to get into, some schools people are desperate to get out of. With reduced class sizes and the professional development support they need, the dedicated education and differentiated can be a win-win situation.
Okay, thank you for your time. Chanel, do we have Adelia Saunders? See that you're on mute. Go ahead, please.
I'm here. I'm going to make this very quick, and actually my daughter, who's a sixth grader at Clinton, would like to say a few words. I just want to say really quickly that while I'm probably in favor of screened high school admissions, fourth grade seems too young to fully evaluate a child's academic potential. It seems more about maybe parental aspirations than a child's actual academic abilities. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my daughter. This is Anya.
Hi. So I'm Anya, and I'm a sixth grader, and I go to Clinton. And so, like, some of the things that I really don't like about non-screened admission is that it sort of like takes away an incentive for some kids to try to do their best in elementary school and get good grades. But some of the things that are good about non-screened admissions is that, like, these schools sort of seem to have some of the same, like, they seem to not be that different, and like they have most of the same curriculums. I think personally, I mean, in my opinion, like, the things that people are learning at Clinton doesn't seem very different from like things that people are learning at like Morton or like LMC or any of like the supposedly like lower rated schools. But yeah, so I think that yeah.
Okay, so that'll sum it up for us. Thank you very much.
Are you sure Adelia could finish? I mean, your daughter could finish her thought, but if she was cut off, but I think she's good.
We have Jeremy Mack.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jeremy Mack, and I'm speaking in support of Resolution 208. I've witnessed firsthand as a lower lab parent for the past 8 years how great a school this is, as will be reinforced by others today. We sit here today in a period of significant declining school enrollment across the city, and it's obviously critical for leadership at the DOE and District 2 to take a hard look at what's working and what is not. And this school clearly works. And it's a perfect example of a school that should be expanded to the middle school levels, and is also something that can serve as a template possibly for schools in other areas throughout the city. So Resolution 208 makes sense on all fronts. It allows lower lab students to continue along their great academic track, and it also allows them to continue with friendships and social networks that they spend 5 or 6 years making in elementary school and continue them to the middle school level. This is compared to the current system, where after 5th grade, these students are more or less haphazardly spread across 20 plus different middle schools through a lottery system, oftentimes with one or maybe no other students from lab at their same middle school. And so these students are effectively left on an island, both academically and socially, as they enter middle school under the current system. And I do think that as we move forward and we learn more about issues, mental and social health, and the importance of strong social networks in helping these issues, we are going to see that doing things like Resolution 208 and being able to continue friendships between schools is a good decision on this front also. Thank you.
Do we have Casey Cone?
Hi. I want to speak in favor of resolutions 207 and 208, and thank you for proposing them. I hope that our district and the city as a whole can provide better support for migrant children entering our schools, and that our CDC can help in that effort. With respect to resolution 208, I want to speak as a parent with firsthand experience of Lower Lab. Lower Lab is a phenomenal school that is doing everything right. It is challenging students and teaching them to love learning. It's supporting accelerated learners with unique issues and struggles, as these students may be a year or more ahead of their age academically, but are often a year or more behind socially and emotionally, and may struggle with anxiety, depression, perfectionism, and other challenges. Through the Lower Lab values curriculum, children practice being empathetic, responsible, kind, open-minded, patient, and learn to advocate for themselves and others who are less able. And Lower Lab does this all at less cost and using less space than most other schools. When you have a school that is so beloved by parents and students, showing such impressive academic, social, and emotional outcomes so efficiently, you expand it, period, and you learn from it. The mayor says we are not going to keep operating under a scarcity model of education. This is a perfect opportunity to give more kids more time in a great school. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in. I think we forgot Zen Chen. I have this on my list here. Chanel, do you have that internally? Somehow it's not, he's not listed in here, but
it's not on my list, but if they told you.
I have this on the
Yep,
list.
that's last. Yeah, they just put it in.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, I'll let you go ahead, Zen. Are you unmuted?
I asked to unmute. He or she is
Thank
on
you.
twice.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So we all know families are actually living New York City. So many families I know they are losing faith in the city's education system. So counselors and decision makers, please change this trend. I think it's super important to have options. There are different kinds of options to keep people come to New York and stay and raise their families here. Without options, people will leave. When people leave, the city will lose tax revenues. Losing tax revenues means less funding to address all the other issues, including learning gaps, equity, diversity, and all others. So expanding Lower Lab to middle school means setting up role model schools in our education ecosystem. We need role model schools to show the city is again embracing for educational excellence and resources with more options for working parents to stay, to stop them from leaving the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mahira Desai, am I saying that correctly? I hope.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. First, I would want to share my support for Resolution 207 to expand services to asylum-seeking families. I myself am an immigrant, having come to America as a young child. I'm very conscious of the fact that accelerated public schools in New Jersey are what enabled me to succeed and to be where I am today. And so I'm also in support of Resolution 208, expanding Lower Lab through middle school. I'm currently the co-president of Lower Lab, and my kids attend 2nd and 3rd grade there. We love New York City, and in many ways, we can't imagine living anywhere else in this country, but here, because of the wealth of experience, of community, of diversity, all of which I'm so thankful for my kids to encounter on the daily. But the paramount imperative for us will always be education, because just as mine got me here today, I imagine my children's education to take them wherever they choose to go. Sadly, though, without many options for an accelerated curriculum in the public school sector, we've already begun private school searches. In the ideal case, we want our children to attend a public school where they are far more likely to see and eventually act on the challenges that face our community and beyond. But I need that school to first meet their needs. I need it to challenge and motivate them to meet them where they are, and in doing so, provide them the tools to help effect a greater change. I stand in support of Resolution 208 for my kids, for my community, and for the broader city at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jennifer. What, Yue?
Jennifer Yu. Hi.
Sorry, apologies.
That's okay. Thank you everyone for allowing me to speak. So first, I'd like to lend my support to Resolution 207 to help support asylum-seeking families. Today, I'd like to speak more in detail for my support for Resolution 208. I'm a parent of 3 children who attend Lower Lab. I've witnessed how amazing the teachers, the administration, the community have been for my children and for our family. I've also been disheartened by the lack of accelerated programming in middle schools. Many parents have shared their plights, kids being forced to repeat curriculum they have already learned at lab, or even worse, told to instruct themselves. This is not the future I want for my children. However, recently I've been encouraged by the hope of a Lower Lab middle school where my children can continue to thrive at the pace of an accelerated learning curriculum. It not only extends the life and amazing community that I've grown to love, but also expand to include more D2 families looking for this type of education. Before this resolution came through, we were already seriously looking at private schools. Providing an option such as Lower Lab Middle School would certainly make us change course. On a personal note, I've always been a huge supporter of accelerated public schools, and I was lucky enough to attend one most of my life in California. I knew I wanted a public school education and one that offered me many honors and APs classes with a diverse community that I sought. And that high school experience really shaped me, and that's what we were looking for when I enrolled my first child at Lower Lab. So with that, if it cannot be fulfilled within the DOE middle schools, we're going to thank you to Chancellor Bank and Superintendent McGuire and the DOE for keeping GNT. And we really want a commitment to really build on our middle schools and have accelerated learning for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Rebecca Schweiger.
Thank you. I'm a Lower Lab parent, and I'd like to thank the CEC for bringing forth all three of these very important resolutions. I'm in full support of 207, 208, and 209, and do not believe them to be mutually exclusive of each other. I think that we have a duty to care for all children who enter our community and support the efforts proposed in order to integrate asylum-seeking families into our school system. I also fully support the instituting of Lab Middle School, which will enable students who have a special need to learn at an accelerated pace the opportunity to receive the educational instruction that will be required for them in 6th grade. Our chancellor and our mayor have expressed a desire to expand GNT and give access to more students. Opening a new GNT middle school will do exactly that, as there will be more seats open for advanced learners. Finally, I understand that many middle-class families have departed from our school system, either to the suburbs or private and parochial institutions. I believe that the expansion of Lab Middle School will help to temper DOE and District 2 attrition. I really don't want to leave the city. I love living in Manhattan. I've lived here for several decades, but I can't have my child repeat 5th grade if he isn't able to attend a school that offers a challenging curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Kalani Jenkins next.
Hi. My name is Kalani Jenkins. I'm the PTA co-president at PS51 Elias Ho. As is cited in resolution number 207, we have welcomed almost 70 asylum-seeking students, or roughly 40 families, into our community. We were able to work with the DOE to almost immediately open a 2-3 transitional bilingual class and are excited to open a 4-5 transitional bilingual class starting tomorrow. As a Title I school and Hell's Kitchen, going all in to support not only our STH students, but their entire families in any way we can comes natural to us. We are equipped with a full-time community coordinator as well as a Bridging the Gap social worker who work exclusively with these families. We have kept a fully stocked We Care closet for years, where families are given essentials throughout the year. During our first wave of enrollment of asylum-seeking students, our We Care closet was understandably wiped out. We sent out an Amazon wish list, and the response from D2 has been truly amazing and heartwarming to see. Thank you to all of the schools and representatives who purchased and sent our wish lists far and wide. We are lucky enough to have an actual team to support all of our STH families and a community who views our unique positioning as a welcome responsibility, never a burden. However, not all schools are set up the way we are. All schools with a high population of STH or asylum-seeking families should have dedicated social workers and necessity closets at a bare minimum. One thing our school would love to see would be to have bilingual paras who can accompany their cluster classes so that they are never without a trusted adult who can effectively communicate with and help them. Thank you.
Robin, and I think you're muted.
I'm glad you told me. Thank you so much, Connie. That was great to hear. Jennifer Hadlock, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, sorry, I remuted and then couldn't unmute. My name is Jennifer Hadlock. I'm a parent whose children recently graduated, and I've been substitute teaching due to the number of teachers who've been getting COVID. And I'm here tonight because I have concerns about some of the racism that gets spewed at CEC District 2 meetings. And there are many examples of this. I'm glad to see that there is support for the asylum seekers who are coming to our city, but I do wonder a little bit about how wonderful this lower lab school is when there's 0% Black students at it, and whether that's really representative of the entire neighborhood. There are reasons why these screenings are a problem, and that is a perfect example of it. Making lower lab have a middle school is fine, but I do worry that we're just adding on to the continuation of the same problem. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ziad Matu. Sorry if I
Yeah.
mispronounced that.
No, you pronounced it correctly. I'm a former student of lower lab. I'm currently in 7th grade and I go to Yorkville East Middle School. And I'm speaking for the expansion of lower lab into a middle school. So when I was in 5th grade, we had the DOE had just introduced the lottery system for middle school application, and many students in my grade did not get the middle school they hoped to go to, and because of that, creating expanding lower lab into a middle school would allow students to get the same education the higher education they were taught in elementary school, and continue to be challenged both academically and emotionally, and in addition, students who went to K-8 middle schools performed higher than those who went to 6 to 8 middle schools, and even performed better in the SAT, and socially benefited from going to a K-8 school. Students would stay with their peers in a K-8 school and help them emotionally and socially.
I'm sorry, did you finish?
Do you want to finish your thought, Ziad?
I didn't hear that, unless that was the timer. Are you finished, Ziad?
Yeah, that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Nikolai Hilev.
Oh, if it's okay with the council, could I take the timer off when the children are speaking?
It's fine with,
Yep.
fine with me.
Yep.
Thanks for asking that, Chanel. Nikolai, there you are.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am a parent of two children, a 6th grader that just finished lower lab and a 1st grader that currently goes to lower lab. I urge the CEC to vote to support resolution 208 to expand lower lab.
You okay, Ola?
Lower lab is an amazing school. It has done a tremendous job even during the pandemic, and extending it to the middle school would achieve 2 main goals, not only for lower lab families, but for any family with children in District 2. It would stop the outflow of families from New York City public schools, and it would reduce the decrease in critical funding to the DOE. And it would provide an option for accelerated education that currently just does not exist. Everyone is aware of the massive decrease in students in public schools. The numbers are just staggering. As a lower lab parent, I know many families that just did that over the last year. They did it because the lottery admission system does not work. They were not offered any options, and they left for private or charter schools. I was one of the lucky ones. Our family was one of the lucky ones. We got a good lottery number. So my kid goes to one of the highest rated middle schools. Unfortunately, even that school does not really provide accelerated education. Any 6th grader that went to lower lab or any other GNT elementary school, in effect, have to repeat a year academically. I'll just give you one example. For the first 4 weeks, all the assignments in math has been identical to what students did a year ago. So an option is needed, and I hope that you support expanding lower lab to middle school.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai. Did we just, I'm sorry, like we just changed. Chanel, do you know who All right.
Faiza.
I have you twice. Do you want to go ahead? Are you ready, Faiza? I see you twice on here.
Yes, I'm ready. I signed up for this first and second.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
No worries. My name is Faiza Mauji. I'm here to speak in favor of all the resolutions, particularly 207. I think we have enough resources in the city to support migrant children. I believe that 208, 209, and 210 are interrelated, and I want to boil it down to parent choice. I think parents are leaving the DOE in droves because they don't have choice, and parents want to have choices. And we want what all parents want, which is a quality education for our children. There are no surprises there. I'm not going to keep on repeating what speakers have said. I'm going to talk about why the resolution talks about the efficiencies and the academic rigor that lab provides. This ties in perfectly with what Chancellor Banks's vision is for the city schools going forward. He specifically said that he wants to scale up and to sustain and to expand what's working, and Lower Lab works. It works for several reasons. The building is completely overutilized. We're at 197% capacity, and yet kids from Lower Lab are getting top 5 and top 10, placing top 5 and top 10 in state tests. People are going to say tests don't matter. They do. Tests matter in an international context and in a competitive context, and kids in this city, and especially our school district, have to be competitive. Lower Lab is a model for expansion, and I hope that we can consider expanding it. I do want to address Jennifer Hadlock's comments, which are that there's not a lot of diversity at Lab. I think we can increase that by expanding the entire school, and especially at the middle school level, making it more accessible to all students from District 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Faiza. Noreen Rashid. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in support of both Resolution 207 and 208. What we need to understand is the politicization of these issues has sort of created this fog that needs to be cleared. Resolutions such as 207 and 208 are, in fact, have an impact that are intertwined in a common ecosystem. At the end of the day, we need to create more opportunities, more inclusivity, more diversity in our school system across the board. And the lottery system, as it has been implemented, has not achieved that goal on its own. We need additional options, such as the Lower Lab Middle School. It is an excellent idea to add to the options for District 2, not only for children who traditionally come from a gifted and talented background in elementary, but for all students across the board. Being a parent of a child who is currently a 5th grader at Lower Lab, and also being a parent of a child who's currently in a zoned school, such as Ziad Matu so eloquently spoke, a child who was a student of PS 198's Gifted and Talented program, which is also an excellent school. This discussion is not as bifurcated or compartmentalized as we sometimes unfortunately make it. There are many excellent programs in the city, but we need to create more options on the social emotional level, on the academic level for all students across the board. And the Lower Lab Middle School is going to help achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noreen. Gary. You are next.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, everybody. I think I may have attended the very first CEC meeting way back in 2001. I think Jennifer Greenblatt may have been there. I am an educator, assistant principal at PS 116, but I'm also a parent of a District 2 students, one of them who's actually going to go through the middle school process this year. So I come at this from many perspectives. I will say that prior to the pandemic and when there was screen schools, I witnessed firsthand on many levels as a teacher, as a staff developer, as an assistant principal, the inherent and external biases that go into inflated grading, into test prep, into those that can afford it, to the tutoring, to the inflated grading that goes on, to the letters of recommendation, So a screen process is inherently flawed because it is going to have a human bias into it. And so there needs to be a way to take that out of it. And I believe lottery is the way to go. I have seen it work for the students at my school, PS 116. For the life of me, I cannot understand the rationale or justification as to why any New York City public school that is not been identified by Central has the right to screen their own students and determine who does and who does not attend. The simple truth is in District 2 that all of the District 2 middle schools are outstanding, and a lottery is not going to change that. So the real question is why do we want to separate our students? History's watching. Do the right thing.
Okay, thank you. We have Johannes Holman next. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, I'm the parent of two D2 middle school students who graduated from lower lab. I support all 4 resolutions. First of all, please pass 207. It's essential. I also fully support 209. 26% register loss in K to 8 is striking. And the financial ramifications for the D2 budgets down the road will be significant if this isn't addressed. So I respectfully urge Superintendent McGuire to act on 209 when it's finalized. But I really want to focus on 208. I would predicate my comments by saying I think that the only way forward in this debate is to expand accelerated seats within the city and the scarcity model. Resolution 208 demonstrates that Lower Lab is both a high-performing and high-impact school. It's on the chart on page 2. Impact measures school performance against expected outcomes, adjusting for incoming student factors, really the best measure of school performance. This is a testament to the excellence faculty and staff at Lower Lab. The entire district would benefit from an expanded Lower Lab, expanding it to middle school. This also, the Lower Lab performance also refutes one of the false arguments against G&T and accelerated programs, specifically that accelerated seats cost more than gen ed seats or that there's resource hoarding. Under the Fair Student Funding Mechanism, Lower Lab receives 10 to 30% less funding per student that is both high performing and high impact. I think that that K to 8 Lower Lab further would serve as a model for the rest of the greatly expanded G&T program, standalone district-wide accelerated K to 8 schools in every community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johannes. Maggie Wang, can you please unmute yourself?
She's not here.
She's not here. Okay. We'll move on to the next one. We have Susan Switzer.
Yes, can you hear me?
The same woman's in the same group. Anosha, I'm in the same.
I'm sorry, I'm not speaking yet. What's the story?
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know who that was. It's your turn now, Susan, and the timer will start when you're ready.
Thank you so much. So I just wanted to speak as the parent of 4 children in New York City. And I wanted to make the comment that living in New York City really has only been possible for our family because of the diverse education opportunities that I've been able to afford my children. I have 2 children that are now in college, 1 child that's in middle school and 1 child that's in elementary school at Lower Lab. I first want to speak in favor of resolutions 209 and 210. I think they were incredibly important in allowing me to choose middle schools and high schools for my children that met their academic needs. For my son, who is now in middle school, he was a Lower Lab student. He did complete a very, very accelerated course of learning. And when he was in 6th grade, he went to a community program. And it was incredibly disheartening for him and incredibly isolating as his academic performance was substantially above his peers. At that point, we contemplated leaving the city. He was then offered a seat in a school that met his academic needs, and we were able to stay in the city, and that is our first choice, to stay in the city. I'm now in a situation where I have 1 child left. She is at Lower Lab, and as such, I would like to advocate for the expansion of Lower Lab into the middle school. We really are committed to being a New York City family. We participate in a wide variety of activities. And then I also just want to say, of course, 207 has to pass. That is key and important for all of us.
Thank you so much, Susan.
I think we, Robin, sorry to interrupt, but I think we passed Maggie Wang, and I think her first name is listed differently.
Maggie Wang wasn't on here.
but
she is now.
I'm here.
Meijun Wang is, so I'll.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry.
No problem. Sorry for the confusion, but that tells you I'm an immigrant myself. And Mei Junwang is my Chinese name. And I moved to New York for education after college. And that brings me to support Resolution 207 to begin with. I
You
think,
keep going into the wrong one.
Sorry.
well, I think I'm the right one, so continue. I think we're all here to support education, and education is really to give everyone the opportunity to grow. And I applaud what DOE said lately, and Chancellor Banks really pointed out screening is not racist. Education is expanding. We're trying to expand the opportunities, not to limit opportunities. We want to create options, not to take options away from people. I will really want to spend some more time on Resolution 208 because I myself is a lower lab parent. I also had a son that graduated from lower lab. And the big picture is we're facing the challenge in New York City, in the public school system. Middle school enrollment has declined as a lot of families left the city. And people honestly were losing faith in New York City's middle school and high school screening process. And many of them are leaving the city when their kids are still in lower grades. And that's a loss of both tax money and school enrollment, which the city officials and DOE worry about. And District 2 honestly probably lost even more people as families had options. And maybe they felt it's too expensive to go to private schools, hence they just left the city entirely. At the end of the day, we want options, we want diversity for everybody. We want to provide support for kids regardless of their situation. We want to enhance security. All of that need taxpayers to stay in New York City. And I believe this resolution will give people hope, give students hope and families hope, and give them the motivation to stay in the city and make everything better and more inclusive and diverse for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mei Jung. Next, we have Sam Lowe.
All right, thank you for having me. I just want to express my appreciation for what the CEC has been doing for all the different resolutions. I apologize that my kid is up past his bedtime. I believe that 207 needs to pass. I think it's, as an immigrant family, excuse me, hold on one second. As an immigrant family myself, I can identify, I can understand the hardship and the challenge that asylum-seeking families may be going through at this time, especially coming to New York City, which is a really difficult city to live in. So any outpouring of support and love, I think, is very important. For the other propositions or proposals, resolutions rather, 209 and 210, I support those. I personally went to an accelerated school when I was in high school. Growing up in New York City, I grew up through the New York City Public School Department of Education. And I think having a screen system for getting into accelerated schools is important for differentiation and to meet the needs of kids that are interested in that. And it is an option. There is demand for it, and it's important to promote that kind of environment. But I also want to speak strongly in favor of proposal 208. As a lower lab parent myself, I'm sorry, I wanted to speak more, but
do we give extra time when someone has their child?
Yeah, my kid is being extra distracting right now because he knows I'm speaking, so I apologize. He is this is his first year at lower lab, and he's very young. We got in through lottery, and I actually, I'm grateful because he's much younger. He was born at the very end of the year, and I don't know if he would have gotten through a screening process. And I struggled to think between, having gotten in through lottery versus a testing opportunity. But everything in the past 2 years of the pandemic has been such a mess that we decided to go for the lottery anyway. And having gotten in, the immediate, my first reaction was what an amazingly engaging community it was. And I really believe in what Lower Lab is doing and how much support. Sorry, I got muted. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you very much. I think 208 is great. I would love to see Lower Lab have an extension to the middle school program. And I really hope that it happens because I think it's actually something that's great for the city. And I think it would keep families engaged within this public school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next, we have Adelia Saunders. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I actually already spoke in favor of keeping the lottery system. I don't think I need to say anything more. I got added onto the list again.
Thank you. All right, we have Gavin Healy next. Gavin, can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, thank you. So I just want to say this is not a referendum on whether an accelerated or advanced curriculum is good or bad. This is a referendum on admission screening. You can have an accelerated or advanced curriculum in a middle school without an admissions screen, and that's what we saw at a school like Lower Lab last year. So I looked up the demographic snapshot for schools for 2021, 2022, and also for the year before that. And so in those years, there was only one school in District 2, elementary, middle, or high school, that did not enroll a single Black student last year or the year before. It's PS 77 Lower Lab. And of all the elementary and middle schools in District 2, Lower Lab is the school with the lowest percentage of students with disabilities, and only 3 English language learners, not 3%, that's 3 students. And in a school system where nearly 70% of students live in poverty, in a district where 52% of students live in poverty, only 11% of Lower Lab students do. We won't make Lower Lab more diverse by expanding. And none of this, let me just say, be clear, none of this is an indictment of the families and staff of Lower Lab. It's an indictment of a CEC that puts forward a resolution that takes the easy road of exclusion rather than the hard path to true inclusive excellence. Finally, I think we need to reconsider what we mean by a successful school. Is a public school really successful if it screens out most of the public, or is it a failed institution? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Tam next. Tam, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I just want to say, I wrote this down because I'm shaking. I just want to say that it really guts me every time I come to this meeting, and I've shown up every meeting for the past 2 years, and I go away wondering why I came to sit through hours on end, sometimes 6 hours of really ableist, really racist rhetoric that this committee, that this council propagates continually to disadvantage so many beautiful, incredible, and yes, hardworking kids. But I have to say that the ableism last week at the admissions and diversity meeting sponsored by the CEC was absolutely off the charts. The narrative that kids like my own, that students with disabilities are somehow less deserving or they're more broken than their non-disabled peers has become this narrative that CEC here has routinely used. And they use it to advance their divisive politics. I just want to say that students with disabilities, especially in ICT classes, have a lot more to offer in the classroom than merely existing for neurotypical kids to learn about empathy. That students with disabilities are incredible thinkers, artists, inventors, creatives, and even leaders. So I just want to say in closing, since the previous speaker had about 30 extra seconds, that I'd like to thank Superintendent McGuire for casting a wide net during the D2 community engagement process. His outreach has been thorough, it's been inclusive. He's continued to operate from a place of neutrality and openness, while this council has thrown out any semblance of neutrality altogether. There have been many ways for D2 families to engage in this process outside of the small fraction of voices that are actually heard at these meetings. So I just want to say in closing that I encourage families who feel like they've been sidelined, that they've been silenced in this process of the CEC meetings, to please reach out to your principal, your SLT, to Superintendent Kelly. Just find someone who can and will listen to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tam. We have Lee Duggar. Can you please unmute yourself? Do you see Lee Duggar, Chanel?
I don't see Lee.
Okay, so we will come back to Lee. In the meantime, Lisa Marks, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi. Okay, so I'm going to support all resolutions, especially 207 and 208, because I support giving every child the educational tools that they need to succeed. I want to see resources and support systems with translators and bilingual programs for migrant children, the same way that I want to see curriculum supports for accelerated learners. The DOE's mission is to support every learner on their own educational journey. That's why 2 weeks ago on September 29th, Chancellor Banks said, and I quote, "Hard work and academic rigor and excellence will be honored in this administration." He is serious about scaling up excellence, which is exactly why PS77 should extend to 8th grade. It's a high-performing program which is ranked 3rd in all of New York State, and it's the only one of its kind that does not go through middle school. This creates a burden and a strain on D2 middle schools to give students appropriate educational supports in 6th through 8th grade for accelerated learning. Extending PS77 to 8th grade will ensure continuity of rigorous curriculum that is appropriate for accelerated learners, as well as increased diversity by opening more accelerated seats for the entire community. I also support resolutions 209 and 210 because D2 families have shown what they want from their schools by voting with their feet these last 2 years. Enrollment has dropped 8%. It started due to the pandemic, but the enrollment continued to drop this past year, lottery admission for middle and high school. New York One reported 5,000 fewer applicants in 6th grade across the city due to families rejecting the lottery. More students exited after they got their lottery results. This year will be worse attrition as families have been forming backup plans for months if students are not appropriately matched to middle schools that can support them. We know that the decline in enrollment means that there's less funding to go through programs like supporting migrant children. That's why the DOE should extend PS77 to 8th grade, not only because it is a high achieving school and a model of success that fills a void for accelerated middle schools, but also because it attracts families to stay within the DOE and stabilizes enrollment, which ultimately means more funding for vulnerable and migrant students. Please.
I'm going to say, whoever is muting speakers, please don't do that. We haven't been doing that this meeting. So as the recording secretary, I'm asking whoever's doing that to please stop. Lisa, you have about 5 seconds to complete what you want to say. But you were muted, so you have to unmute.
Extending PS77 is not only because it is a high achieving school as a model of success, but it fills a void for accelerated middle schools, which attracts families to stay within the DOE and stabilizes enrollment. It means that there will be more funding for vulnerable and migrant students in the future. Please pass all of the resolutions tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to say going forward, we did allow Sam to have some extra time because of his son. And therefore we like the next speaker have a little more time. And then Lisa had some more time. So we are going to go back to the strict schedule with the bell. So please try to remember that when you hear the bell to finish up your statements. Thank you so much. Helen, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I am a parent at District 2 and I have 2 kids at Lower Lab. I'm here speaking in support of all 4 resolutions. As an immigrant, I think it's utterly important that the city, state, and federal allocate sufficient resources to help the migrant families, particularly children with basic medical supplies and translation services. As regarding Resolution 208, we love Lower Lab and we believe it is beneficial to expand Lower Lab to middle school to continue to provide accelerated learning opportunities District 2. Justice in education isn't realized through uniformity. It is realized by ensuring that every single child has the best shot at reaching his or her highest potential. That means we should be defending programs inside the public system designed to challenge those with special needs on both ends so they can make the most of their talents. The reality today is advanced students are the least likely to get one-on-one attention from teachers in classroom setting, let alone getting purposeful fostering of their talents. And I think resolution 208, 209, and 210 all of those are just asking for an option. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Helen. I appreciate you going within the time. Next up, we have Hans. Hans, are you on here?
I don't see hands on here.
Okay, if anyone is called and missed, please come back for the second speaking session. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Sumitra, are you on here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm in full support of resolution 208, 209, and 210. Expanding middle school as a lower lab parent, it is so important for our kids to have this opportunity, because as many parents have alluded in the past speakers have alluded that after completing 5th grade there's a drop off. There is no continuation for lower lab kids. They have to repeat essentially a grade in any other school in the city. So I think what we're asking for is the opportunity for lower lab kids to continue to middle school and continue on their accelerated education. 209 is really important for us as well. You know, if this introducing screens back into this system is very important. You know, we cannot have kids go through a lottery process. It's really unfair to the kids who have been studying so hard for so many years. So I really would like that. And then 210, I believe already other boroughs already have district priority or priority for their boroughs. So I think all we're asking for is to make it fair for our borough to have the same priority. So I do believe that it's important. As many parents have alluded in the past and in the prior speakers have alluded, you know, we also will be forced to make a decision to leave this DOE system. So I urge you to.
Thank you so much, Sumitra. Next up, we have Tom Rockledge. Are you on here, Tom?
Hi, Robin. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for having me and doing all you can on the board. I really appreciate that. And I just wanted to say that I completely understand the struggle with screened admissions. My daughter goes to Wagner, which is an unscreened admission school. But I have seen that a lot of children would benefit more by being in classrooms with teachers that could speak to them at the same level that they're at. And I think that's the point of screens that we've been trying to say, just to get children the best education that they can. It's not a racist thing. I've heard that come up several times while I was on this council and other things, but we're all trying to get kids the education that they deserve. And beyond that, I have to say that what has happened now, the transition in chancellors, has been a great thing. I think Chancellor Banks is doing his best. And he did allow superintendents to do the right thing and form screens that would be appropriate for districts. And I would just like to hope that our superintendent follows that and actually does what the people of District 2 are demanding, from what I understand, and what the people of District 2 and the children, more importantly, deserve. Thank you very much, Robin.
Thank you, Tom. All right, next up we have Alexander Shilkret. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, thank you for letting me speak tonight. As many people spoke to me before, you know, like I'm supporting both resolutions, 207 and 208. And just like many people ahead of me, I am a first-generation immigrant and forever grateful to American people for supporting our family when we came here as refugees. It was also done in a thoughtful manner. We got assistance with language learning and finding first job. We should try our best to help while considering needs of existing students so we don't take resources from students who are already struggling and carefully looking at how new programs will be paid for. On resolution 208, expanding lower levels, I want to echo our mayor, Mr. Adams, and councillor, Mr. Banks, that we should replicate models that work, get away from scarcity so more children can benefit. Mr. McGuire should deliver what parents want and what his superiors want. Children and parents want good schools, and extending lower lab to 8th grade will provide more seats that families want, so we can keep and attract more families to our public school system. Recently, there was an educator who was raving how great the lotteries work. Well, his school lost 50% of the students in recent years. So they don't work as well as he claims to that they work. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Next up, we have Craig Slutskin.
Thank you, Councilperson Kelleher. First, Superintendent McGuire, I don't think it's appropriate for one of your sitting assistant principals to tell other parents that he is watching them. It's a complete intimidation. If there were 116 parents on here, how could they ever feel comfortable to speak out? Second of all, I do want to encourage everyone to go to the safety meeting tomorrow. I was in the library at PS 340 last week and had to sit on the floor for 40 minutes during the lockdown, and it was very harrowing. Superintendent McGuire, kudos to your leadership team for their calm handling of the situation. I'm not a lower lab parent. I'm just going to offer my support for extending through to 8. Other parents have been very eloquent about it, so I'll just defer to their words. I'm in favor of the choice approach from Reso 209. I'll repeat what I said at the last meeting. Parents should get choice. Other parents shouldn't tell me what's best for my child. This approach balances all sides. It gives the ability to choose. If you value education at a non-screen school, you have that opportunity. Keep Superintendent McGuire responsible for keeping every school top-notch. That's what he's here for. I'm also very much in favor of Reso 210. I have many years until my son navigates the high school admissions process, but no one, and I repeat, no one, lives in Manhattan for long commutes. Our children's safety is of paramount importance to all of us. There's no reason why our kids should have long commutes. It should be district priority, not even borough priority. If you live near the Battery, getting to the Upper East Side, also D2, is far enough away. Subway crime is all the way up. Month was something like 41%. We are able to make an investment into our communities and should be able to send our kids to them. We have small set-asides, but the attack should be to build better schools in the Upper District. So a parent in Queens shouldn't feel the need to send their kid to Manhattan and have a long commute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Craig. Matoko, can you please unmute yourself? Thank you. Matoko, we can't hear you. Get your headphones. Try now. Can you speak more? So I'm going to go to Sabrina. Maybe Matoko, do you want to take a minute and see if you can figure this out? Okay. All right. So I'm going to move on to Sabrina Sani.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sabrina Sahani, and I'm a parent of 2 kids at Lower Lab. I support Resolution 207 and 208. With the large influx of migrant children, these are young minds, if educated well with a strong base, can contribute greatly to our community. I therefore support 208, an expansion of Lower Lab School to K through 8. We clearly need more rigorous academics accessible to more kids throughout the city. Lower Lab has proven itself to be an excellent school in delivering a strong and accelerated education. Why not allow this to be available to more kids and for longer? Without a doubt, extending the school from kindergarten through 8th grade would help serve in achieving these goals in mind, and I know Lower Lab can help achieve that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm having children issues in the background. Let's go to Yuting and then we'll try to Matoko on the very end.
You want me to take over for a second, Robin?
It's continuing, so it's okay. It'll be over the next hour. So Yuting, are you available to mute yourself?
Hi, in the end of the day, the schools are for the children themselves. So I think it's really important for us to hear what the children are thinking. I have 2 children, young children at Lower Lab, and we talked about this at home, and this is what they want to say, and they stayed up late for this. Yeah.
Hi, I'm a 2nd grader from Lower Lab. Hi, I'm a 3rd grader from Lower Lab. We have friends in 5th grade that are applying for middle school. We don't want to be separated from them. And if there were a middle school, then we can stay with them for more years. When I go to middle school, I don't want to get separated from my classmates and friends. We want to go to the same middle school together. We don't want to be separated. Please consider giving Lower Lab a middle school.
Thank you. I think those friendships formed at school bus, at the playground, at schoolyard are really important for this young age. And those are formative age, and they understand true friendship, and they don't see anybody through the lens of race, ethnicity. They see true friendship, and they don't want to be separated. Thank you for considering.
Thank you so much. That was very cute. Tunisia, are you on here and unmuted? Oh, I see you, Tunisia.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to say that we should all get a choice. And I know that there has always been a big thing, but everyone should get a choice, and I should have a choice of where my children go to school and how they learn. But the bigger issue here is that we are all allowing ourselves to be fooled and bamboozled into thinking that the issue is about screening and not screening. The issue is that the DOE is refusing to teach our children in the right ways in elementary school. If every school was a good school, an equal school, equally funded and well academically put together in elementary school, then all kids would be able to get into these good schools. All schools would be good schools. If every middle school was funded the same way, if they were given all the academic advances that we keep talking about, then we wouldn't have these conversations. But we are being tricked by higher powers that are making us fight each other. So we're fighting over a choice. We're saying, I want my kid to go to a good school. I want my kid to go to a good school. The point is every school should be a good school, and it should start in elementary school. So stop fighting each other. Let's not fight over a screen or a non-screen. Let's make sure every elementary school is good, so that way every kid gets the same equal and academically well-funded education. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunisia. All right, Elizabeth, you're going to have to follow that. Are you ready to go? Elizabeth Sarnoff Kapoor?
I am. I had to unmute.
Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am a former PS33 parent, a current Wagner parent of a 6th grader. I support screens. Well, my daughter's been off to a great start at Wagner. And there was an opportunity to test into advanced math. I do see that she's repeating a lot of the work that she already did at PS33. So I am in favor of screening, and I'm also in favor of resolutions 209 and 210. I also believe that every child obviously is entitled to an equally funded top education. I'm just concerned that there has been a bit of a drop off in rigor going into the 6th grade. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Matoko, do you want to try again and see if your speaker is working or your headset?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. So I am here to support all the 4 resolutions presented tonight, but especially I strongly support resolution 207 to support asylum seeking students. My daughter's elementary school, PS33, was joined by 60 new students recently who have gone through a lot and are still in need. We are amazed by the school administration and PTA for all the work done so far, but we can only do so much, and these families really need much more help. Thank you. And I also want to speak about Resolution 209. The best thing about New York City is diversity, and there is an option for everybody. I'm not saying that all the middle schools should have screens, but for some people who needs accelerated program should be able to receive one. Last thing I want is for the government to see my kids as a random number. That was what it was last year. She is a whole person. I want each school to see her as she is. And then also the New York City really needs to recover. For the recovery, we need family to come back. We can't afford more people to pay tax to leave. I also support Resolution 210. Over 15% of D2 kids didn't even get any of the 12 choices. It's ridiculous. It hurts students who can't afford to leave the system the most. So I support all of the 4 resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Motoko. I think that's the end of our first public speaking session, unless I forgot someone. Chanel, can you double check for me, please?
Aaron.
Oh, Aaron. Okay.
That was the last one, yeah.
Aaron, are you on here? Schweiger?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was mute for a second. Hi, so many before me made some excellent arguments for expanding lower lab to middle school. I don't need to repeat that. However, maybe because of my personal background, of where I'm coming from, etc., I find the racism rhetoric that raises its head occasionally very offensive, and not only to the hardworking parent and student of lower lab that come from a lot of different social standings and levels, but also to those people that the rhetoric supposedly comes to defend. Lower lab doesn't block anyone from admission to the school. To the best of my knowledge, the student lists are determined by the city, not by the school. Nevertheless, lower lab has amazing diversity of students and parents, really like extremely diverse student body from a lot of countries and places and location and types. But perhaps it's not a diversity that some people want to see, that the only diversity that they can speak about. So I feel like suggesting any kind of racism from the side of lower lab or the student body is really harmful rhetoric. And to suggest that certain type of students are not capable of passing screening tests is even worse for me. And it's just insult those people that supposedly this rhetoric defend. So I would really love to not hear that anymore from people, this whole racism kind of argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Appreciate that. Moving on to the next part of our meeting. Kaushik, would you like to take over? You're muted, Kush.
Thank you. Apologies. 2 points of order. There was an error in the agenda. I just want to make sure we spoke to these resolutions, but I think we also just need to make a motion to actually officially add them for vote.
Yeah, I think I know what you're referring to. The 209 and 210 weren't included under the section presentation of resolutions. That looks to be just a typo more than anything else, because they are referenced in the public documents section. So I think when the agenda was being put together, the links weren't included, but we've already had the discussion of them. So we could make a motion to technically correct. It's not correct the agenda. I mean, I just think it's more of a typo glitch rather than not having something added that should have been added.
Is it better to do it here now, or better to just add it for a vote when we get to voting?
That's a good question.
Quick point of order. I think as Kush was sent it to all of us earlier in the council, it was because they weren't added with 3 days of notice. So I think Kush's initial instinct was probably the right one to ask for a motion to formally add them.
Yeah, that's probably.
And I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
I'd like to make a motion to add resolutions 209 and 210 to the formal agenda for
I'll
tonight.
second that motion.
Okay, great. I will do a roll call. Robin Broshi is absent. Ashik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Souza Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
Yeah.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chin Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Ush Manil,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
and Lily, I think, is absent. All right, and that passes.
Great. Thank you. Apologies for the error. I'll try not to make any more. Next up, I also, one other mission that I had, I just wanted to point out that should have been in the Vice President's report very quickly, because I see it posted in the chat. I did want to point out that, again, one of the council members are very busy this month, that there are two upcoming meetings, one tomorrow for the school safety meeting, school safety committee meeting, and one on Thursday, students and temporary housing meeting, both at 7 p.m. With that, there's a report for the president. I think he just wanted to make an additional point. I don't think he intends to do an additional long one like mine. Well, not that mine was long either, but report of the president. And after that, we'll pass to the superintendent. Ben, quick add-on.
I'm gonna yield my time because there are a lot of more parents who want to speak in the second session, and
Okay.
And then we're making some excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, President Morgan. Kelly, you ready?
I am.
Report of the Community District 2 Superintendent. Show is yours.
Thanks so much. And I do just want to compliment you, Kaushik, on being the only council member who wore a Halloween costume to tonight's event. We appreciate that. Thank you very much for it.
This is not a costume. This is
sorry.
just my October wear.
Sorry.
But thank you.
Well, it's appropriate.
That's my nose.
But thanks so much, everybody, for having me tonight. And I do just want to start by saying that it's pretty amazing that today is the 20th day of school. It seems as though we've already lived through an entire lifetime of a school year with so many different things happening and important issues coming up in the city. But I can say that again and again and again, when Deputy Superintendent Reggie Higgins and myself and other members of our district team are off and visiting schools, which we are doing a lot of, all we're hearing and seeing is tons of celebration and smiles, even in some of the schools that have been most impacted by students whose families are seeking asylum in our city. There's just real joy that is happening in our classrooms, being expressed by our teachers. And I think the measure that I always used as a principal to cite what made for a successful year, and when I was feeling like I was really successful as a leader, was when I could allocate the vast majority of my time to teaching and learning. And that's what I'm hearing again from our principals, that they are able to allocate huge portions of their time to teaching and learning. They are getting back to the strategies that they know are best for kids. They're rewriting curriculum to make sure that they're meeting kids where they're at. It's just a very positive vibe in our schools. And it's what Reggie and I talk about too, in terms of how it is that we think we should be spending our time. The more time that we as school leaders spend, district leaders spend on teaching and learning and efforts to engage in teaching and learning, the better. Across our district, every single one of our 51 principals have goals that they have set out where they are targeting individual, where they're using data from both individuals and groups of students to make sure that they're advancing curricula. Across the district, we have 3 different principal learning collaboratives that are meeting on a monthly basis, visiting each other, watching the best practices that they have, that they're engaging in their schools, and really helping each other to work through the most challenging problems that they're facing in their schools. So it's a very, very positive vibe in our schools, and we're just incredibly excited about the coming year. Even though we've got many, many more days ahead of us. Like I said, today is the 20th day. Our attendance rate in our district is 96%. And so we're looking forward to some really great things ahead. A couple of months ago, I guess it was last year, we had our universal literacy coaches come to one of the CEC meetings and talk a little bit about how they were using data and information to help guide instruction. These universal literacy coaches have been reallocated to district teams around the city. And so we have two coaches, thankfully, two coaches that are familiar with our district who are here. And they are a part of efforts across the city to implement a phonics-based reading program in our early grades. So at the end of last year, all of our schools had to indicate which of the phonics programs they were using in their schools. I can say that all of our schools across the district are engaging in phonics-based curricula. And then these two academic intervention teachers are here to make sure that when teachers are experiencing challenges implementing the curricula, that they are there to support it, but they're also here in this first part of the year as we are implementing our academic screeners in both mathematics and literacy across the district. And so they are supporting our early literacy curriculum. The Teachers College Reading and Writing Project is still widely used across our district in the upper grades. And so, but the phonics-based work is a really nice complement to the work that is already happening in our district. So to get into one of the issues that has come up quite a bit tonight, which is in regard to families who are seeking asylum in our country. And I can say that you know, when families are arriving to our district or arriving to our city, obviously, we're not fully aware of when families are arriving. This is not, there's not a communication stream between the border and New York City. Obviously, that would be quite helpful in helping us to plan. But what I can say is that our district team, the folks who are on the call tonight, Jennifer Greenblatt, Reggie Higgins, and many other members of our team are partnering with different city agencies as well as departments within the Department of Education to make sure that there's a real team approach to make sure that we are meeting families when they are arriving to shelters and when they are enrolling in schools. A few people have mentioned PS33. A couple of weeks ago, there was a really wonderful effort with members of our district team, members of the team that works with students in temporary housing and other city agencies that came together to make sure the kids were registered quickly and got right into class. And I can say that kids skipped to class with smiles on their faces. The same thing happened at PS51. We went and visited a class there. There was an English-speaking dance teacher, an English-speaking English-only dance, a teacher who spoke English only, teaching dance, but that class was supported by a paraprofessional who was bilingual. And so this is a real team approach that we are taking when families do arrive. We get about, sometimes it's a few hours, sometimes it's a day, but we do really deploy a team. And I think that we are dealing with a really challenging problem, but we do have a structure in place to help to support families when they are enrolling in our district schools. We have seen across our district probably around 300 kids that have enrolled in grades pre-K to 8th. There are also children who have come to our city who are preschool, who are not yet in school, and there are also students who are in high school. But right now our number is about 300, I would say, but that does change quite regularly. We have, and across those students are spread across about 10 schools in our district. Just in order to address a few things that people might be thinking about in regards to funding and support, October 31st is this really important deadline in the Department of Education fiscal calendar in which a snapshot is taken of each school's register. And the students who are on the snapshot or who are in the school on that day we do receive full funding for those students. There are also additional funding that is provided per pupil if students are learning English or who need English language learner services, as well as students with disabilities. And so we're serving those students primarily in two different models. We're serving them in a transitional bilingual class, a class that is primarily taught in Spanish, but then the intention is to move that class as quickly as possible into English, and then have a bilingual class throughout the remainder of the school year. And then we're also serving students who are learning English as a new language, both in push-in and in pull-out structures. So the central office has been providing us with funding ahead of that October 31st schedule. We have gotten all of our transitional bilingual classes funded to date by the central office. They have signaled that they will continue to be supportive of any new classes that need to open up, as well as services that might need to be provided. And materials that need to be purchased. That's handling the school end side of it, but of course we're seeing some really beautiful and wonderful outreach from different families. There is we saw at PS33 a huge giveaway of different supplies. At PS51 later this week, they are hosting a fair, and any family that might need any kind of supports, clothing or household goods or different things, they are going to make those available to the families of students who are enrolled at PS51, and then they are opening that up to the broader community. We saw a very similar thing earlier this year at PS111. So those supports are incredibly important, and they are really helping to, as council members have shared, many families are arriving with very little. It is getting cold, and so we are wanting to make sure that all families are really prepared with all of the different things that they're going to need to get through the cold winter months here. Last month, I believe it was, I indicated to other families, to our families here on the CEC, that I had been very encouraging of all of our principals to open up their schools to families, to get back to hosting school meetings in person, hosting celebrations and activities and different events. We are hearing about a growing number of those events happening across the district. I believe that it is incredibly important, especially for families that haven't had access to schools over the past couple, or regular access to schools over the past couple of years, to really be able to come in and see what's happening in our classrooms. And that goes for our middle schools. We know that our middle school application is about to open, and all of our middle schools are going to have in-person tours. Ask middle school principals to host in-person tours during the day. Some of them may also host in-person tours in the evening. I want you to see what is happening in our District 2 middle schools. I want you to see the great work that is there in our classrooms. And so seeing those tours as a part of the application process for families who have fifth graders is really, really important. A couple of things that are coming up that will continue to be virtual throughout the year, in an agreement between the central office and the teachers union. All parent-teacher conferences this year will be virtual. And so that will continue. I know as we go into November and into the spring, there are a lot of one-on-one conferences, and those will be virtual tours. We also received a little bit of data and the go-ahead to be able to release some of our statewide data in regards to the New York State exams from 2022. And I just want to share a couple of data points here with the community. Looking back at the last test year prior to the pandemic, in 2018, 77% of all District 2 students, that includes all categories of students, students without IEPs, students with IEPs, students learning English, students who receive free and reduced lunch and not. So across the district in 2018, 77% of our students scored a level 3 or 4 on the New York State ELA exam. That was in 2018. In 2018, 77% of our students scored a level 3 or 4 in mathematics. So that is the category of proficient or above. So 77% in 2018 for both ELA and for math. In 2022, the percentage of students who scored 3 or 4 on the New York State exam in English, 76% of students scored a 3 or 4. This was last year. So we really did not see much movement in this on the New York State ELA exam. That is similar, I think, to what it is that has been reported, not just in New York City or across the state or across the country. Not so much movement on the New York State ELA exam. On the math exam, we did see a drop of about 6 percentage points. And so heading into this year, 71% of, or excuse me, finishing up last year, 71% of our students scored a level 3 or 4 in mathematics. These numbers are higher than the city averages. 49% in 2022 scored proficient on the ELA exam, and 38% across the city scored proficient on the math exam. So District 2 we know is got high performing kids that continue to grow when they get into our schools. And that's really our goal. The sign of a great school is one that really continues to grow the students who go there. So now shifting a little bit to the enrollment process. I've got a couple of slides that I just want to share here in regards to the enrollment process that will be in place for kids who will be entering middle school. This is middle school only that I'm talking about here. So kids who will be entering middle school in fall 2023. So in October, all families will be receiving a welcome letter, and that will include an account creation code that you can use to access the My Schools system. Your elementary school guidance counselor is really the point of contact, as well as the parent coordinator often as well, really serves as the point of contact for any questions that you might have in regard to the middle school application process. The middle school application is going to open on October 26th. And then the deadline to submit your application is on December 1st. Middle school offers are going to be available in April. That is an improvement, something that the city was really committed to, wanting to make sure that families knew what their offer was in New York City Public Schools early in April. And then into September, those wait lists will close. So families will be able to participate in the wait list throughout the summer into September. That was what happened this year as well. The central office is also going to be hosting through the My Schools site an events calendar in which all the different admissions events and open houses and tours are in one place. Families will be able to add events to their personal calendar and RSVP to events directly from My Schools. So this is another way in which we're, as a city, trying to help and support families with this. We're also looking to improve admissions, be clearer about admissions information. So more information about a student's chance of getting in, getting various offers to programs will be displayed. For example, we will share the number of waitlist offers a program has made in the past, so families can better assess their chances of receiving an offer through the waitlist process. When you complete your child's middle school application, you will be getting this information as a part of the application list, understanding whether or not your child will be able to get off of the wait list, or also understanding how many applicants per seat there has been in the past for a particular school. So screening has been a topic of conversation tonight for sure. So I have been tasked with partnering with you all, as well as our teachers and principals, to think about if and where middle school screen programs should exist based on instructional and community needs. The number of academically screened schools will be limited and based on the needs of the community. Where screening is allowed, students will be ranked based on the composite of their course grades from 4th grade. So 4th grade course grades is the only measure that is permitted if screening is to take place for a school. The other thing that is important to note also that middle school programs that admit students through either audition or language criteria or screened academic admissions methods, such as the 4th grade schooler, will not have sibling priority, as those programs have distinct criteria for admission. So screened sibling priority exists if if a child's older sibling is still in the school at the time that the younger sibling enters that school. So for most of our middle schools, if the older sibling is in 8th grade, when the younger one enters 6th, that sibling priority, that's an example of a sibling priority. In our school, Clinton, the Clinton school is a 6th through 12 school. Sibling priority is in place. It does extend for students who are in school up through 12th grade. So if you have a 5th grader who is applying to Clinton, sibling priority remains if there is a student in the middle school or in the high school. But again, those sibling priority is not in play if the school has a screened admission method, whether it's academic or language or arts. We've been conducting a couple of different middle school engagement sessions with the community. We did one a couple of weeks ago. I joined just this past week with our Community Education Council. We are going to host one more in which we are really prioritizing the voices and perspectives of families who speak either Mandarin or Cantonese. And so that event will be on October 18th, and we will have translators who will be serving and supporting families. The goal really here is to make sure that we are hearing from all families, and especially those families that speak Mandarin or Cantonese. So just a couple of other final items here. On the left-hand side, the high school admission process opens up tomorrow. Students can register for the SHSAT through November 4th. The admissions deadline, again, both for middle school and high school, is December 1st. And there's a whole lot more information on the Department of Education website that is listed here. The items that we're looking ahead to in the calendar for the next month: parent-teacher conferences for November 3rd for elementary school. Election Day is no school this year, neither in person for students or remote for students. That is a professional development day just for adults. And then the 9th parent-teacher conferences for middle schools. 11th, we are closed for Veterans Day, and then the 17th and 18th are parent-teacher conferences for high schools and 6-12. And then the final thing, we are just very thrilled to welcome Tian-Julie Wang, who will be joining our community on October 20th for our first community book club. Tian-Julie was a student at PS 124 and Lab Middle School. And so she wrote this beautiful book talking about her immigrant experience to New York City, and writes about her time as an elementary school student and into middle school. So you can sign up for that book club on the District 2 website. Down here, you see this below, district2nyc.org. We have a few hundred folks who have signed up to join us, and we're very thankful to Qian Julie Wang, who will be joining us for the first part of our book club event, speaking and sharing just a little bit about the book and her experience. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. In the interest of time, I would like council members to ask no more than 2 questions, and ideally only 1, but please raise hands and let's proceed. Chen, I see your hand up, and Robin, you had your hand up earlier. I don't know if you... Chen.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Superintendent McGuire. And I think, thanks for your work on the migrants, these children and families seeking asylum. You've been, we've toured PS 111 and seeing them all together as they were, first started coming in for the school opening. So, but the one I really, I think this council, majority of the council and all the a lot of the families who spoke tonight were very focused on is a very big issue as well. And it is the screen emissions. And, according to what, Chancellor Banks in the announcement had said, I guess the most basic part of it is the engagement and partnership with families, of course, the teachers and so forth, and principals, but also families and I guess parent leaders, and namely CEC. And I think, we've got some further resolutions. We have resolutions that talked about how to increase enrollment. That includes having screen programs. And at the time we framed it as having districts have the flexibility instead of an edict from central that it's all lottery, but to have a flexibility to decide for ourselves in a district. And when the announcement came, it's really, then you are the linchpin. As you know, I've written to Principal Levin at Clinton. Clinton is my liaison school as well. I think other council members have tried to engage you and along with the principals, but you said it has to be through you to decide that. So in terms of the engagement and partnership, you had your session, but I think I would look forward to more engagement in terms of nuts and bolts, like where are the schools, where are the candidate schools that can have the various forms of screening and accelerated programs. I appreciate that you've restored accelerated programs in Wagner and for math, and then also in Baruch. So I think that there's a lot of room for a partnership with, I'm sure a lot of members of this council will raise their hands, even parents would volunteer and come and sit with you, do a workshop and just say, okay, what are the needs and the demands from the student body across District 2 who would benefit? You stated the state test scores. What are the students that have very high test scores who are prime candidates to need more support with academic needs? I must insist that if a student, and I have, and this is where one of the, parents in Tunisia who's also speaking about this, we have families who are Black and Hispanic, who are high performing, high achieving, they're not getting supported if it's lottery. And PS 111 is a prime example of where we have a lot of families who are low income, minority, Black, Hispanic, Asian, wherever they're from, who are now faced with, and they have gone through like a Wagner with a lottery system, and they're basically going to a class and getting left back because they're 2 or 3 years ahead proficiency-wise, as the state test scores from District 2 students show, and then now forced to do stuff that's 2 or 3 years behind. That is not right, and we need to address that. That is not supporting their needs. So I really, urge you to call for a workshop, identify how many students, what is the addressable market sizes in marketing speak, what's the demand, and let's put the supply to meet that demand, right? Because we have otherwise we have a scarcity model that Chancellor Banks has tried to address. To stop, we have to end the scarcity model. We have space, we have room, the asylum seekers notwithstanding. And who knows, there might be high performing students within the migrant and asylum seeking community as well. We need to assess them, right? Assess for all the needs. We can assess for ELL, we can assess for IEPs, we can assess for dyslexia. Why can't we assess for learning needs? High achieving students who are way beyond their grade level proficiency. So I really urge you, grab a few of us. We can set up in a workshop, supply and demand. How can we structure where are the candidate schools? It doesn't have to be a standalone school. Wagner is a great candidate. It is a big school. It has room for all kinds of students. I spoke to you before, the full service school model, right? Every type of need is supported, and you assess each student to go in. Oh, you need IEP support. You need ELL support. Oh, you need academic, accelerated academic support. Let's build those model schools. I'm ready, and I've raised my hand early to engage. We don't have much time, and I just want to ask, are you expecting to put these programs, whatever screen schools or programs, before the 26th, or are you looking at before the other schedule of December 1st of the application deadline? Like, can you tell me, can you tell us when do you plan to have that? Because, like, we are working on this with great urgency, because a lot of families are making decisions. I am telling you, they're making decisions. They're booking different tickets to different places. And I want to have a flourishing District 2. I want to have a flourishing school system within our system, all 32 districts and all the high school, and as well as it feeds into those schools. But we need to work together urgently, because people are making plans and the deadline's coming. So please, I just really, I'm asking, I'm beseeching, however you want to put it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kwok, you did have a question about, which I think is a really, really important one, and I appreciate you raising it, which is in regard to the timeline, not just for the opening and closing of the middle school application, but also for when it is that I have been asked to share a plan with the central office. And I can say that plan started in the works way before this announcement about from the Chancellor was made. That I have been working with the enrollment office, and they have been a real partner in all of this. They have been there every single step of the way, and the goal that they are asking me to work toward as superintendent is, just what you're saying, is to make sure that all of our classrooms are truly excellent, and that there is a plan in place for District 2 that addresses the needs of families in our district and builds the long-term health and sustainability for our district. There were two goals that they asked me to address. One is to make sure that we have academic rigor across all of our schools, that all of our students have access to an excellent education, and also to continue to build our student population, not just for the year, but really long-term. So they've been real partners in all of this work, and we meet with them quite regularly, in addition to meeting with families and other members of the school community. So we are being asked to put something to the enrollment office on or around October 19th. My assumption is that's going to give the central office a little bit of opportunity to review that final plan and ask any final questions. But this timeline is one that is set up to benefit families. We want to open this application sooner. We want to close it on December 1st. We want to make sure that families who are applying to these schools know what any criteria are for application to a school. If a school has a screen, this needs to be entirely predictable for families. That was actually a word that I think I used my first meeting as superintendent, is that I want to take out the craziness of this. I want to take out the game of this and really give families something that they can rely on and understand, and that's not incredibly complicated. So We're still in the process of talking with you all, meeting and listening to different families tonight is important. And I know I'll continue to hear from families all the way up until the time that the application opens.
I'm just, I'm sorry to just to follow up then, if you've been working on this, like we're CEC members, we're supposed to partner with you and you're not really, I don't think that's really partnering with us. If you have things that you've been working on and there's no feedback on the process, like, of sharing ideas of what would work, what would not work. So I'm a bit disappointed. I'm glad you're working on something, but, sometimes people go away and come, cook for a long time. And then they come out of the kitchen and they say, "Oh, here's what I come up with." Like, do you like it? Well, then we're like, "Well, not really. Can you change this?" "Oh, time's up. Sorry, this is what you can only get." So that's what it's going to start sounding like, because there's no feedback process on what are the ideas we're working with to see if this is going to, have any, what the community is going to think about or what they find. So like I said, people are making the plans. I hope it works. I hope families like it. We've been advocating all this time, and if they don't like it, you're going to see it. They're going to vote with their feet. Thank you.
Daniela?
Yes. I have two very quick questions for Superintendent Kelly. First question is, my understanding is that Chancellor Banks made a suggestion in terms of how we could use the grades for academic screens, but then said that any other metrics could be used if there was a need in a particular school or community. Is that your understanding as well?
No, it's not. The slides that I shared tonight are directly from the enrollment office. Those aren't anything that I created. I wanted to make sure that the information was clear and that the most important points were laid out. And so the fourth grade course grades are the screen that can be used should a school implement a screen for admission.
So we cannot have a music school that can have auditions for music?
In our district, there is one school that has auditions for arts, which is Ballet Tech. Ballet Tech is a school that admits kids starting in third grade. They are taking additional students when we are getting to middle school. That's the only one in our district that has that admissions criteria. There are some schools that have a dual language program, which is something that I'm excited to see us look forward to and develop and expand in our district. And so if we were, say, applying to a dual language school, then language could be a criteria, because a dual language school has to have a specific number of native speakers in the program. So those kinds of criteria still can be used.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the DOE policy does not allow you to, for example, has a math screen in one of our schools for middle school. That would not be allowed.
No,
okay.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, so I think we all need to make some advocacy effort to make this DOE policy, because that's definitely what our community wants and has been very clear about that. It's still, I mean, given what I saw at Chancellor Banks' press conference, my understanding was different. So I'm definitely going to go back, watch it again, and clarify that. And then my second question, it was, what would you estimate the feedback that you received from our community? What percentage would be pro-academic screens and what percentage would be against, based on the feedback that you have received since this policy has been announced?
I mean, I've been receiving information from families in many, many different ways. I get hundreds of emails from families every single day who are for screens, against screens. Tonight, obviously, there is a very strong comment in regard to expanding lower lab, the resolution that's on the table. I think that that's clearly what we're hearing this evening, and it's important. When I was asked, how it is it that I'm working on a plan, it's not I'm not, sitting in my office just developing a plan. Listening to families, both during CEC meetings, during diversity and admissions committee meetings, when we held our event the other day, looking at emails, like all of these things are really, really important. And I know that any plan that we put forward as a district has to be one that is based on what it is that we're hearing from families, but also is addressing the two goals that I shared before, that of ensuring high quality academic opportunities for all kids, and expanding the number of kids who are attending school in our district. So I'm definitely taking those that information in place. I have been meeting regularly and talking regularly with individual members of CEC. I'm looking forward to doing that even more in the next week, because this deadline of the 19th is coming quickly. But I'm also, again, working with our central office and making sure that I'm getting clear guidance from them in terms of what it is that, how it is that they want to see this policy implemented for the coming year.
I just want to say that the feedback that I'm receiving, I would say is like 9-1. That the emails that I receive is like 9-1. People want academic screens. People want to make sure that their kids are with their peers who are the same grade level, so they can actually have. And I really think that if one of your goals it is to make sure that families stay in the district, as you said, and increase enrollment, which my understanding is that is a test that all superintendents have now. Definitely that would be one of the strategies to keep families here, given the incredible amount of feedback that we're receiving, that's what families in D2 want. Thank you.
Len, do you want to go before me, or should I go first?
Yeah, I just have a very simple question. Based on, hi, Superintendent McGuire, based on all the feedback that you've received from both events that you've attended, emails you've gotten, do you believe a majority of District 2 parents favor screening?
I think that there's a lot of issues that are really important to parents. The issue that spikes most often is that of safety. Like all parents, I think that actually was really clear when the Diversity and Admissions Committee had their meeting. When was that? Was that last week? Last week. I'm literally losing track of time. But yeah, last week it was safety and climate were incredibly important to families. So safety and climate, rigorous courses. They want people want their children to be challenged in all of the courses that they are participating in. I think that all of these things are really, really important and should play into whatever final policy we put into place.
Our council member's done because I got a question. I have a question. All right, Kelly. Yeah, with all due respect, I am getting a little frustrated hearing this because you do say you want to partner with us, and I think Robin and I, the Admissions and Diversity Committee, have held our end of the bargain, and have attended your session, provided you feedback on your survey, expanded upon your survey, held our own session, and I feel like we're getting to the point where it's time to meet with us. We waited until we had a formal resolution in place, laying out a formal game plan, which is not the first time we've done so in a resolution, by the way, but it's the most current one based on revisions from guidance from the DOE. What I heard at your meeting was 2/3 of the parents speaking in favor of screening. What I heard at the meeting that Admissions and Diversity held was even greater than that. Even if that doesn't represent the majority, it's clear that absolute large number of parents in our district want it. We've been over the fact many times that 8 of the 9 elected members of this committee, of this council, were elected specifically on the platforms of screening and rigorous education. I think it's been a result. We've gone over the fact that during the height of COVID, there was clearly a plethora of parents, a super majority of parents that in both citywide and Manhattan that spoke in favor of screening. And yet we're still at the point where we're kind of equivocating on, yes, it's important, no, it's not important. District 2 has spoken loud and clear multiple times. And I think we're at the point where the parents are saying one thing, and you say you want to talk to teachers and principals, they might be saying another, but it's very clear the parents want what they want. And I don't understand, it is pushed down on you, but I don't understand DOE saying that it should be based on the needs of the community, yet it should be limited. To me, limited only reinforces the scarcity mindset, which Chancellor Banks has decided to do away with. None of this makes any sense to me. I'm not loving what I'm hearing in response to the partnership that we provided. So I guess at this point, I'm going to be firm and ask, when do you meet with us? And what do you do when parents want something different than what principals want? Because I think that's what you have in this district. And I think it's a real problem for enrollment. And if you care about enrollment, you have to care more what parents want, consumers, people who are actually going to put their kids here or not, and not what educators want, because I think we're left with a lot of educators who, after 8 years of de Blasio, no longer want what parents in this district want. So what do you do? The question is, what do you do when parents want something different than what principals want? And when do we meet to help with this plan that you plan to propose?
Yeah, I do think that that is certainly a challenge, but I don't necessarily think that that's entirely accurate. Teachers and principals, they may have their own personal opinions about how things should go, but they're also very pragmatic people, and they want their organization to run well. And they want to teach kids, and they want to do great work for kids in the classroom. And so that to them is the number one most important thing that we do. I will gladly reach out and meet with Robin, Kaushik, Ben as CEC president, and we'll look at where it's at, where we've the different information that we've gathered, the different perspectives that are out there, the guidance that we have from Central. We are working within the parameters that the enrollment office has shared in regard to how it is that a school might use screened admissions. And I will gladly do that. But I also think that we have to make sure that communities that haven't necessarily had the opportunity to share, that was something that was expressed by some of the principals in Chinatown, saying that their families would like to have an opportunity to share, but coming to CEC meetings might not be something that works with their schedule. And so they asked me if we could engage and partner with them for a specific event that is done in Mandarin and Cantonese. And so that's what we're working on putting together for the 18th. But I don't think that there is anything wrong with getting together and beginning to look at some different possibilities for a plan. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry if I'm passionate about this, but you know I am.
I know you are. I know. It's good. Passion is good.
Lupe. Lupe, you have your hand up.
All right. Sorry about that. I had a minute to unmute. Thank you, Superintendent Kelly McGuire. And I appreciate you making room for all voices to be heard. And I just wanted to use this little brief time to just uplift the voices from our community that we have heard from in all spaces that you provided at your forum. They've come to our CEC meetings. They've come to the...
Wait, I'm sorry, I do need to interrupt. Could you, is the camera turned on? Or is your second camera?
It is.
It's not on the one that you're speaking on, but
While her hand
I
is up, you can't move the
okay.
people around, but she's on the second screen.
Apologies then. Continue. My apologies.
Thank you. I think we've heard from, parts of our community. I'm speaking in regards to, I want to lift the voices of our parents of students with disabilities, the impact that some of these admissions criteria, if we did go back to any screening, has on our students with disabilities. And just raise that depending on what the spaces that you're taking in, I think each of us can sit here and say that 9 out of 10 may be in the same favor as what you're in agreement with, because you're surrounded by the people that feel the same way as you. Because I think that there's students with disabilities or families with students with disabilities will say the exact same thing, that for every 9 people I know that don't want screens, there's one that does. So I just wanted to thank you. My question to you really is in regard to the timing piece. And I'm sure it's difficult, and how much, logistically, how much can be changed. I mean, it seems like you guys had less than 25 days to do this. It was announced on the 30th, I believe. And then even with your engagement pieces, and you're looking to have one again, and you have to have a plan entered into enrollment by the 19th, does it give you enough time? And I would like, if so, I would like to speak with you as well, to make sure that the voices of the students with disabilities get lifted and heard if you do plan on meeting with CEC members. I would definitely like to be included or meet one-on-one with you, just to make sure that those voices of our community are recognized.
Absolutely. And if I just can say one thing about the timeline, which I think is, it is incredibly fast, and it was a little daunting, to be honest, to be able to have this short period. But I actually think the most important thing is to be in service of families, and so this timeline is good for families. Maybe not October 26th. Maybe you'd like to see how your, 5th grader evolves a little bit before thinking about where they should go next year. In a lot of cases, I think that's, it feels very early to be thinking about middle school when you're barely into your 5th grade year. But that being said, I do think that the timeline of ending the application December 1st, getting the response up to families in April is really, really important. So yes, the timeline was incredibly fast, but I do think that this is one of the ways in which we need to make sure that this admissions and enrollment process is in service of families.
Sorry, apologies. Janie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Kelly, thank you so much for setting up the Chinese language session. I think beyond providing access, it really does create an environment that is welcoming, because I do think that even though we have translators on some of these calls, being the 1 or 2 or even 3rd person that speaks Mandarin or Cantonese, I think it's very daunting. So thank you for doing that. Also, will that be sent out? Will the flyer that had the QR code be sent out? Because I want to make sure it gets, to all the right people.
Yes, that flyer is actually already on the District 2 website.
Got it. Okay,
the translated
I'll look
version,
for it.
but we'll make sure that but we've, the Chinatown the principals in Chinatown have been really, really supportive of all of this. They helped to make sure that those documents were translated right away. And so they're going to be distributing to their communities as well.
Great, thank you so much.
Can I just add on to that before we go to Ben? I assume we can also attend the meeting for the Chinatown principals?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I don't want to speak for 2 of our council members, but we do have some that speak Mandarin that may want to attend. Great. Ben?
Thank you, VP Kush. Superintendent McGuire, we've had many discussions, and I'm looking forward to meeting with you and finalizing something that benefits our entire community. I'm not an ideologue. I think there's compromise. This is one of the largest districts in the city, largest in Manhattan. There's room for flexibility. There's people have demands on each side, but there's something that can be worked out, and that satisfies lots of needs. I mean, you mentioned ballet tech. That's wonderful that kids want to attend dance and commit themselves to that, and it inspires them to go to new heights, and the same you want that for students that want to study geography, or we had the survey. We have to go over the surveys that came out of the Missions and Diversity Committee and read with your surveys. But there's so many parents that we just threw out there. What regions do you want to study? And there were so many who did. There's got to be that balance. Because it's about inspiring students. And does it work for everyone? Some kids go to school for different reasons. And some families, I just think it's so important that we try to maximize outcomes. You talked about the state tests, and I don't know if the 2018 and 2022 are really comparable, but what's comparable is how they did this year versus the city. And we have some great students doing some wonderful work, and there are great teachers behind them, and there are great parents behind them. But we all have different expectations. But within a district that has 20,000 students and 49 schools, we should be able to devise a plan that serves so many of them. And I hope that will be the case, because I don't see this. If you like this, you're bad, and if you like this, you're bad. No, I think we have to understand that we have desires for our students, and there's good in everything. So and I just hope that's the framework I go from here. I want to have that compromise, and I want to just bring back the 7,000 to 8,000 families that we've lost, and because that's part of how we all succeed in this city. And all right, but I'm looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Was there a question in there, Ben? Sorry.
Same. But a plan must be inclusive of lots of thoughts and ideas, and it should not shut out. And with 20,000, with a district of 20,000 students, we can accomplish that. Thank you.
Ushma?
Hi, Kelly. Plenty to say about students in temporary housing and our asylum seekers, but we will reserve that to the reports of the committee. But I was very interested in what you had to say about the phonics and the literacy, and have a very simple question, because it's something that has not come up in conversation in many months, and that is how the plans are going, and if there is still a plan for the Bleecker Street School and for that to be dyslexia focused.
I have not received an update on the Bleecker Street School. Yeah, the last I received was it was just really in the beginning stages of development. There are other programs that are being piloted in the city. Bleecker Street, I have not heard an update on.
If you could please find out for us, I think it's another need that could be met in this community quite effectively, and was the original intention.
Yes, I will.
Ushma, you said you skipped over the temporary housing issue and the asylum seeking issue. I think there are some further questions there. Is there something you want to ask? because I think there's probably one or two council members that would add on.
Ask of Kelly? No, it's the, like, when we're giving the committee reports that I said perhaps we would keep going, but I don't have any questions of Kelly.
Okay, thank you.
Were you wondering if I had questions?
I assumed you were. I thought you had your hand raised for that reason before.
I did. I just
but
didn't want to pick up time when I don't know if there's any answers.
it seems our two biggest issues, so I'll allow one or two more questions on that,
Kelly,
and then we should move on.
Can you let me know how long it takes to get more ELL teachers? Do you have a list? I assumed you would have a list as the superintendent.
So teachers come to classrooms and schools in, from a variety of different places. Some of them are applying from outside of the city. Some of them are applying because they were let go from their school. They were accessed from their school at the end of the year last year. Some of them have come to us because they have been pre-screened by the Office of Multi-Language Learners. They have pre-screened different individuals that have transferred into the Department of Education. We are hiring people who kind of fit a bunch of different categories. We are hiring substitutes who are bilingual. We are hiring fully licensed transitional bilingual teachers. We are bringing teachers who might have been accessed to a different district back into schools when we have a bilingual need. We are trying to make sure and support principals in the process of, when we are supporting principals in the process of hiring, we are trying to do so in the same way that we do at the end of every school year, which is being rigorous about how it is that we are going about the hiring process, bringing them into the school, putting them through the process of interview, giving them the opportunity to give a demonstration lesson. That does take time, but the people who are being hired into schools are being hired as permanent teachers. They are, if for some reason a group of students who are seeking asylum are relocated to another shelter, certainly federal law permits them to continue to stay in that school, but it's very possible that if you have a 2-hour commute, you might want to go to a school that's closer to where it is that you're living. So we don't want to hire people that are on our school budget who we don't love and are fully invested in making sure that they are the highest quality staff that we can hire. So it varies. We can hire a substitute and have somebody in place the very next day. But when we are talking about really hiring somebody who's going to be on a staff long-term, that does take a little bit of time. But I think that everybody would agree that that's the right thing to do, because if these folks are becoming members of the community, we want high quality teachers who are joining us.
I guess my question is, I know you mentioned how excited everyone was to get into these schools. Other than putting them in the schools, how are you supporting them? Because from my experience, I've been at the schools and the shelters all week. And the families are very scared, and they don't feel like they have people who speak their language that they can go to and ask questions. And I'm glad your experience was different, but I've seen a different side, and every day as they get more comfortable and realize that they're not going to be sent out for speaking, they open up more and more. And I think that the efforts that are put into getting them into a school need to be expanded into making sure that they have medical attention, that they have clothes, and it can't just come from the grassroots of the schools. I know that many of us are absolutely exhausted from driving around the city most days, but that's really what it is. And there has to be more than that. And I understand the process, but I would imagine that you would be on like triple time trying to get strong ELL teachers. I think at one point Chancellor Banks mentioned teachers coming from Dominican Republic. I don't know what's going on with that. But in the meantime, I would imagine there would be translators on site in the classrooms. There would be, for the parents or the children, I'd imagine there would be counseling services or doctors and nurses. A lot of the children have gotten sick. I don't think we're actually supporting them enough. And I think supporting the principals is one thing, but if we're actually going to support them and welcome them as students, we need to look at them as real students and support them the way that we'd support real students in the school system, which is their whole self. And that would include medical, psychological, and, you know, we have translation services here. We have translation services that Janie was talking about, but these parents don't even realize that most of them, that they have about 7 or 8 months more wait time before they can even work legally. And they don't know what they're going to do. And the children are feeling it. And they don't have pre-K services, most of them, or preschool services. So I'm going to wrap it up because I know it's very late, but I'd love to talk to you more about it. I know you've been busy, but I think it's an urgent issue since more and more students are coming in and they're coming to more schools. And I imagine it's just a matter of time before we see them at my other liaison schools. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. No question there again. I would like our council members to end with a question if we can for Kelly.
Sorry, my question was in the middle. I guess
repeat
it's,
it?
can we get translators? Can we get school aides in terms of medicals, like counselors, that type of thing for these, and in particular, people who speak Spanish? I mean, New York City, we should be able to find that. You know, a few of us try to stick around and translate as best we can, but it's not enough.
I don't disagree with anything that you said. And from the teaching and learning side of this, you know, the schools are utilizing all of their bilingual staff. I know that some schools have organized PTA groups of parents that are bilingual to help support different activities in the school. And as I mentioned also, is we are hiring folks who can be quickly hired, substitute teachers, substitute paraprofessionals who are bilingual to help support classes.
Okay, thank you for that. Len?
Yeah, just a brief question on the migrant issue. You indicated that we currently have about, I think your number was approximately 300 or so migrants that are now attending District 2 schools, K through 8, I believe. My next question is, what is the plan if those numbers go to 600 students, 900 students, 1,200 and so on exponentially, because there appears to be no end in sight based on current policies? So are we going to double the students in certain schools? Are those students going to be, is the plan to just, you mentioned 10 schools originally in your answer that have accepted migrant students. Is the plan then to start increasing the numbers at the other schools? Is there a capacity limit that we have in the district? At what point do the numbers just become so unmanageable, both based on resources and potential capacity of buildings, that, you know, you just throw your hands up and you say, we just don't know what to do?
It is like quite the scenario that we find ourselves in here. You know, many of our conversations have been about, you know, increasing enrollment, and now, you know, we're faced with a large number of students that we didn't know were enrolling in our schools. And so I don't want to minimize the challenge in any kind of way of enrolling groups of students that we don't necessarily know are coming. But we have been working closely with schools and teams to make sure that there are additional schools that are set up and ready to go, and to support families should one school fill. We do have seats in our schools. That we're not looking at a district that has a ton of empty classrooms, but we do have some schools that have seats, and so we are working to go with groups of schools that have actually reached out to me prior to any groups of students arriving, and said, we have some space. We will absolutely want to help to support the families that are coming. And so there, right now, it is not an issue that we are running out of seats. These 300 or so kids are really spread pre-K, I think, through 8. So that we do have several schools that can accommodate students and could accommodate twice as many. And it doesn't mean just staying in the same geographic location in the district. We can look at additional schools that may have space in the district. But right now, we're just trying to make sure that our systems of supporting families when they arrive are in place, that our partnerships are solid, both with Department of Education departments and city agencies, and that we are doing all that we can to make sure that the transition is smooth for the families that are arriving and the kids who are enrolling in our schools.
Does any other council members have comments? I have one question regarding the asylum seeking situation, and then one comment, and then I'd like to close the session off. Any other council members? Okay, Kelly, yeah, my question on the asylum seeking situation is, so yeah, I could echo what one of my other council members mentioned. You said there's a lot of enthusiasm first day. I agree with that from the reports I've heard, but then I also see and have heard that that's not the same several days later. That several days later in many of these schools, there is still not enough supports for the large influx of Spanish-speaking students. One of the reasons why we passed one of our resolutions. I understand these things don't happen overnight, but and I don't think the problem is yours necessarily, but there is concern both by parents and CEC members that there just isn't a medium-term plan, a short-term plan, or even a long-term plan in place or acting quickly enough for these students. And then I think that affects both their learning as well as learning of other students in the district. Comments there?
Did you just violate your own rule about not answering?
Oh yeah, I did. Well, I did say comments, but
okay.
But I guess all right. So then the question would be, what is the plan longer term? Because it doesn't seem to be one, and it certainly doesn't seem to be one that's acting fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is not just a Jennifer Greenblatt, Kelly McGuire, Reggie Higgins, District 2 team issue. Like this is there are people who are working with us from the finance office. There are people who are working with us directly with the chancellor, and we are. I think that setup has been helpful in making sure that we are getting resources as absolutely quickly as possible. Like I said before, sometimes we're getting 4 hours notice of, what is happening in some situations. And, there's always some kinds of change that happen over the weekends. There are many families that are coming here do have extended families in other parts of the city or the region. And so those are obviously much more stable and comfortable environments for families to go to. So it is not without its challenges. I'm not saying that in any kind of way, but what you're asking for is what I want too. we want kids to get everything that they need and classrooms to be supported and materials to be there and all of that. But we are also, as a system, working really hard to make sure that we are hiring more and more staff to be able to support families. And there are vacancies that are being filled. Somebody told me the other day that they were scheduling Zoom interviews until 11:30 at night because they're trying to fill different vacancies quickly. So I think the system is treating this we are treating this in a very urgent way. And yes, we want to do as much as we possibly can with this. And we're definitely, all of us are taking phone calls over the weekends and at night, and trying to make sure that we're set up and ready to go when we know a group of families is joining us. So I'm with you. I think that this is something that I think that we all agree on, in that we want to make sure that we're being as supportive as possible for the families and the children.
I mean, yeah, I'll make the closing comments, but there's just concerns that we're now at 6 schools, I think, in our district. That's already
10, but some only have a few kids. Yeah,
that's way more than 10% of our district in terms of number of schools.
Some schools only have,
I understand,
1 child, but
in terms of the effect on, we were discussing this with other CEC members from other councils. They're like, oh, it's just a limited problem to a few schools. That's not a limited problem to a few schools. That's a lot. That's a large number of our schools, and it doesn't seem to be slowing. So I know I know you're not the end all be all of this, but it does seem there's a little bit of a DOE kind of like, all right, we enrolled the kids, and well, we've gotten something accomplished, but it's only one of many problems that need to be addressed. Again, that's a closing comment there. I did want to, this is not a question, I did want to confirm one thing that you said, but also just share with people, because I think I dropped this in the in public documents. You mentioned earlier in your statement that, sorry, we went back to admissions. We did want to share some of the results of our survey. Are people seeing my screen? You mentioned there was a spike in school safety. We do see that in school climate. However, I would point out that almost equivalent to that, there are a lot of parents that are concerned that want schools that teach beyond grade level across all core subjects and advanced coursework by subject within a school, as well as regents. Those are probably the next 3 most important after safety and climate to parents. I would also point out that the survey was predominantly filled out by parents of 5th graders. And I think I'll just end with that. So I would end with that. We are looking forward to meeting with you definitely on this, sharing the data. And I think the data confirms some of the things that many of the council members echoed here today. And it's not just a small percentage of parents. So please take that into advisement as you as you work on a plan. And with that, I'll thank you for your time. And Ben, can you drop in the chat where you shared that document so parents can take a look as well?
And just if I can just say a really quick question, then Superintendent McGuire, as far as the asylum-seeking families, let us know how we can make noise, as well. We can help you make noise, to the different areas. I think we've got, where can we help you instead of us saying, what are you doing for us? But, if we can, make noise in the appropriate places, by emails or whatever, let us know too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll create a PDF of the charts and then put it on the website, and I'll link it so everyone can access it.
And we should have mentioned that the survey is still open. We sent it out with our meeting notice. If we'll also drop that in the chat as well, so parents can still take that survey. Please do, so we can have more numbers and be more representative. And with that, we'll close this section of the agenda. Thank you again, Kelly McGuire. I know, I know that was a lot, but we didn't have a speaker, and we had all these issues are front and center for us. So thank you for your time and being in the hot seat. Okay, next up, committee reports. I think Ushma, go ahead.
Sure. It's been the topic of a lot of discussion already, the report on students in temporary housing and students with economic need. I want to echo what Robin said earlier in thanking Robin in particular, and a number of other council members and a lot of schools across District 2 who have really heeded the call for helping out these families that have landed in our district, and really want to double down on thanking and appreciating everyone, and hoping that that generosity will continue as we are moving into some of the next phase that the committee is coordinating in partnership with some of the shelter directors. So if I've learned anything over the last 3 years of running this committee, it's that the Department of Education and the Department of Housing and Health Services do not meet. And there are a lot of things that get lost in between in terms of what is whose responsibility to provide to these families, and the Byzantine systems that are set up for approving vendors, what you can do, even if you have a generous group of people who want to be able to help. And so that is actually what I've spent a lot of time on over the course of the last month, together with officials within the DOE and with different shelter directors. On Thursday night, and it certainly seems like this council has gotten energized around this topic, so I certainly hope to see and hear from many of you on Thursday at 7. We will have Iris Gersten giving another report. I had an opportunity to check in with her. There are new shelters that have opened in our district in the course of the last 4 days. Also, the shelter director of one of the largest hotels that has about 700 people will also be joining us to talk in particular to what Chen even actually just asked. What can we do as a community, and where can that outreach happen? And even perhaps around the DOE and around these systems that have been set up that are so difficult to navigate. So I hope to see you all there. We are working together with the schools to make sure that their community closets are being fulfilled, trying to support any wish lists there, matching schools and shelters. Not all of the shelters immediately get shelter directors, and at this point it can be very difficult to figure out how to get donations and directed donations to the shelters without a shelter director in place. And as these shelters are opening faster than anyone can keep up with, including the city, it's just gotten a little complicated. But I promise we're working. Our feet are paddling as quickly as possible underneath the water, though it might not look like it.
Thank you. Robin?
I have a question. First question, is that China Rivera? Is that who you mean is coming to the meeting?
Yes.
Secondly, we at 33 actually had to stop our drive. We have too much.
That's amazing, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you. We have other schools that are full and need pickups. I'm doing like multiple pickups a day, and I have United Nations School is doing a drive that starts next week, but they've been getting donations every single day this week. The biggest problem is transport, and I guess this goes back to my question to Kelly. What you just said is very frustrating, that the DOE and DHS don't see eye to eye, and that's what is mind-blowing to me, that we have thousands of people in need, and we it's like no one seems to really get what to do with them. And at a certain point, someone has to be held accountable for this. And in the meantime, we've got these families who are in need. And I would encourage families on here to do what they need to do to get the stuff to the people. Iris probably wouldn't appreciate that. She wouldn't want me to say that, but there are ways to get the donations to the families.
I appreciate your frustrations, and they are the exact same ones I've been trying to navigate for these last 3 years around marshaling a community that wants so badly to help, and then running up against these regulatory and difficulty issues. I mean, I had thousands of dollars that I wanted to spend on food, and trying to figure out just the way to be able to do that was absolutely mind-bogglingly complicated. And
I think I did get a solution to that, the financial donations. I can talk to you about that later. But I guess I'm just wondering, the highest level in our district would be Kelly. So Kelly, I know you're doing everything you can, but there's got to be more, whoever Kelly is accountable to, whether it's Chancellor Banks or whomever, he or she or they need to be held accountable at a certain point for not having, whether it's, I see you look contemplative, Kelly, but whether it's someone in charge of what's going on, or someone to have a speaking with the DOE and DHS to say this is crazy because the people are suffering, and the schools now by default will tremendously suffer.
You're echoing the frustrations that I've been trying to voice for these last 3 years. And believe me, I know, and I don't disagree with you, that it is lunacy that they don't actually even have a system to know where some of these kids are. And all of this, remember, this is temporary housing. So these people are not going to be making their lives necessarily at the Skyline Hotel. And so what is going to happen, and how do we even keep track of these students that might be in our schools for 1 month, 9 months? We don't really know yet what the plan is from the city. And so then where do they go? How do we have that continuity of care? All of these different systems that just are not enabled. And it's not just for the asylum seeking children, it's for the rest of the, nearly 100,000 students in temporary housing across the city. This has been one of the most frustrating things that I've dealt with, but it is also the one that there's the most opportunity for our community to do good. And so, I thank you for joining in all of this, shining a further light and your activism here. I'm not trying to stifle it. I agree with you in a lot of this, but we've got to figure out the ways to be most constructive here. And that's part of what I'm hoping that we can continue this conversation on Thursday night.
But layered on top of that is the language issue and the fact that the parents are not allowed to work. And then we have a question mark about what's going to happen with schools and how
I do think that these are some of the things that I
here for middle schools. And how are these kids going to matriculate to a middle school when they don't speak English and won't have places for them to learn English if ELL teachers aren't in place and there are no classrooms for them?
I apologize for speaking over you. I agree. There's an untold number of questions that we can ask and ways that these families need to be supported. Which ones are via the DOE? Which ones are via the shelter? How can we as a community help in all of these different ways? I agree with you. And it represents that opportunity for those who care and who want to get involved to come and listen to directly from the shelter director around the things that she knows that those families need. And I know that these are some of the things she's planning to bring up. And yes, if we want to continue this conversation, and it certainly seems like a lot in our community are oriented around this, this is primarily what we're going to be discussing on Thursday night.
Thank you, Robin and Nishma. Lupe?
Just updating on students with disabilities. We've been working with a lot of families that have been having busing issues. So I will put a email as well as a organization in the chat where we've been able to help families navigate even the OPT complaint forms. We'll also be holding a workshop. I'm just waiting to hear back from the DOE and when I can get a Nixa accounting workshop open for our families. And this would actually be really helpful for any family, not just families with students with disabilities. However, our families with students with disabilities really need these accounts to be able to access their IEPs and school bus routes. And just a side note, Kelly, no need to respond, but it did remind me that we've had this issue several years in a row where our incoming kindergarten parents don't have the Nixos accounts and they don't have access to them. And it makes it really difficult upon those first weeks of school to be able to find where their routes are coming from. And aside from that, we look forward to having that committee meeting scheduled as soon as I hear back from the DOE. So thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just going to interrupt for a quick second. Admissions and diversity. I think we already talked ad nauseum about it. We had a meeting last week. I did just want to interrupt here just because Ben just posted the survey results in the link in the chat, and beneath that is the survey itself. If parents want to take it. If you took an older version, please do so again. We will. It's slightly modified. Mostly the questions are transferable, but if you take it again, I will delete the older profile and replace it with this one. Robin, do you have anything to add there? And then I'm going to pass to you anyway if there's any announcements you make for school safety committee. Nope.
Nothing to add.
Daniela? Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope.
No, we have our hearing tomorrow. We already talked about some of the incidents that have recently happened. And so we're just encouraging everybody who has concerns. We have invited a number of people from DOE safety as well as NYPD to join so they can hear from our community directly.
Great, thank you. And Chanel, if you put the information for that meeting as well in the chat. That is tomorrow, I believe. Tomorrow at 7, correct? Thank you all. Any other committees I missed? Great. Unless any objections, we're moving on to the next item. Next up is discussion of resolutions. And we can start with 207, which would be the one for support the needs of asylum seeking students in District 2. I know we've already talked a lot about it, but Ushma, go ahead.
Sure, I will keep my comments on this short. Point number 10 about seeing as many as 8,000. I'm wondering where that number came from. And then secondly, the first, therefore be it resolved, asking for the creation of another committee. I will absolutely put aside my pride. I could give whatever about any credit, and there's room here for everyone, but I wonder why there would need to be an additional committee, and happy to co-chair, happy to extend any, hand out to anyone who wants to join in working on all of this. I think that over these last 3 years, I've developed enough contacts here to help this group just as much as any other. So I'm wondering about the inclusion of those two things.
Do others want? I have answers, but if others want to take a crack at it first, all ears. I would say it's like the easy question first. The 8,000 asylum-seeking students, I think that was based on, it wasn't my addition, but I think it's believed on capacity of what we see in seats overall in the district, and based on these other numbers at the rate at which they've been filling. So basically, we're basically saying that we see all seats filled at the rate we're continuing. I know there's been some talk about whether or not that happens given the proximity to shelters, but just the sheer numbers coming in, that's the math that's suggested. So unless any of the council members want to disagree. As for the second point,
Could I just make one point on that?
Sure.
You hear from the mayor already saying that he's looking to see, he's expecting to see at this pace 100,000 in our shelters by sometime next year, and we're currently at 60,000. So they're planning already for 40,000 additional, and what's coming in last August was over 200,000 migrants. So this is ballooning.
Even though right now of the number that are there, I think Manhattan even in general is getting less than a fifth. So I just feel like there's a lot of strong things in this resolution. Clearly, you know that this is something that I'm extremely passionate about, but that is a bit of hyperbole at present. But that's honestly not my bigger concern. I'm just really wondering why no one told me about this earlier. I could have helped in a lot of this. And yeah, like I said, I mean, start a new committee, don't start a new committee. I do think that there's value to be added here in all of us working together as opposed to in parallel efforts.
I'll address the point unless others want to take it. I mean, it's quite simple. I think there are some specific there are some needs that are specific to this batch of temporary housing students. We've discussed language as one. That's just I think one of many challenges that I think this has been dealt with separately. I don't want to get too much into the weeds on this, but while you offer a collegial tone, that's not what was offered. I think last committee meeting over a statement that was taken out of context incredibly and created many problems and distractions. So I don't know that the collegial tone you offer today is one that's offered in trust from last month, and we can leave it at that and discuss further in the business meeting.
If that is your preference.
I'm willing to. Anyone else can add on, but those are my answers to those questions. All right. Any other discussion around this resolution? Any amendments that wish to be added? No. Two hands. Chen, you're first by a hair.
Yeah, no, I just think that
someone has music on.
It's a good resolution, but I think we should extend the committee rather than create a separate one. I think there's a lot of knowledge that Mushma has. There's a lot of knowledge that Robin has gained, and we're fighting the same battle. And we should just group the efforts together rather than have a separate committee. That's my thinking. So,
who has music? Is that you, Jen?
That's my son.
Lupe?
I think communication is a beautiful thing when used effectively. And I think the bulk of this resolution is great in the sense of what these students need. I will say that a bulk of the burden that I think is kind of being put on the DOE, unfortunately, lies at a much higher agency level. And so I will speak on a city agency level and just speak with my experience of welcoming these families off the bus from the Port Authority. And there's zero organization or zero coordination with the city in that regard, where people are actually set up to meet them upon arrival. So it goes beyond the problems that exist and the frustration that we all share in this space go beyond just the one existing committee that I think has been doing excellent work. I know many schools throughout District 2 have been very happy to coordinate and work alongside our district family shelters, and the overflow or the excess of donations that each school has been receiving has been very strategically dispersed and distributed amongst the schools that are not receiving anything at that time. But I like the idea of expanding the existing committee that already has been doing work on the ground for so long and has built some wonderful relationships with both our district regional director as well as the directors at the shelters. And as they open up, Ushma did point out that it's just hard to get a lot of these directors hired immediately. Which has caused somewhat of a disruption in delivering the donations and making sure that they are distributed appropriately within each shelter. The therefore be it resolves on this, I just wanted to let it be known that, you know, every state that receives migrants and our asylum seekers are entitled to federal FEMA money and are receiving it. Whether that money is coming quick enough, I could say the same thing about our DOE budget, right? With budget adjustments, it's never in time. So definitely something we can work on. And I love the dual language aspect of your previous resolution, but I would like to see if you guys are open to it, the suggestion of maybe more social workers as well as bridge transitional language programs. So not dual language programs, because it is quite different and not always the right fitting for many of the students coming in. So aside from that, I'm supportive.
Do you have a specific wording or a phrase that you'd like to add, and where?
I think where you guys are talking maybe in the medical piece, I mean, I think what I'm hearing on the ground is that the aspect of social workers needing to support the social, emotional, and in some cases trauma that some of these kids are enduring on their journey here. So I would like to uplift that need that I've heard so desperate is the need for, you know, more social workers and to be able to have them inside the schools available for the students. And I know we've discussed this as a committee. Ushma can probably speak on it more, but Iris has explained to us that threshold that allows for schools to get an additional. And at this point, they're just so strapped that it doesn't look like it's possible for there to even be two. But we do also have, I will like to also point out, and maybe you could throw this in your resolution, is we do have federal academic COVID academic relief funds. We have $4.7 billion that have not been used, some of which should have been used to restore these egregious budget cuts that would have held the schools harmless, and they would have probably been a lot better equipped to deal with the influx of students that they were not expecting. But on top of that, we have federal dollars. So like the state and the city are getting FEMA federal dollars in regards to where your resolution speaks to. But as in the DOE, which is what we're focused on, we do also have the federal dollars to be able to hopefully, we can ask to plug some of that money back into these schools that really need it for the students, to support them in the ways that you guys are discussing in this resolution.
Okay, that's fine. I still just need some actual language. So I think I've located where you're talking, and that would be around here. If you give me a letter and specific language in the chat, I think we can discuss it, but please do so.
Sure, we can write something up and I'll put it in the chat.
Janie and Chanel, are the timers working? I said I'd wait till the next resolution, but I really do want to move this meeting along. So,
Yep. For 3 minutes.
yes, please. And hopefully we don't need to use the full 3. I just do want to put an upper limit on it.
Yes, so I think that we don't need to create a new committee. I think we should just add on to Ushma's committee. There's a lot of overlap.
Okay. I believe that's just let's see. Resolution writers would have to decide on that. Okay, Robin?
So I wanted to speak to what Lupe asked, that we actually were going to add in an amendment, which we forgot about, Kush. I had asked for to add in preschool care and school counselors or social workers. That was going to be our 2 amendments to the resolution. But I have to add, we do have more than 50 students in temporary housing, so we would meet the threshold. But I think we should add in that it must be a Bridge the Gap social worker who speaks Spanish. We have Zadie Collins, who is wonderful at PS 33 as our social worker, but she doesn't speak Spanish. And
Okay.
that's a consistent theme with the people who are meant to be helping the students at our school. And I know a lot of the children have told me they've been sleeping in class or drawing because they don't know what else to do when the teacher is speaking English. And I think that's tragic. And Ushma, to answer your question, one of the reasons is that very much the reason that you are frustrated with the way you don't get answers to the questions about, how we can help these kids. I felt completely overwhelmed the last week and a half. I also felt kind of alone in the last week and a half. I wish I'd received more assistance from our council. Like specifically, I would have loved to have heard from you about this. But I don't think it's acceptable that we just allow the DOE to say this is the way it is. And I guess I'm willing to keep pushing, and I don't want to put anyone else in that position. And I don't worry about what's going to happen with me on the CEC eventually, but I'd like to know why we're in a situation where basic human needs are not being met, and we move from one day to the next as though they are. And we keep bringing in more students when there are kids who are sick. And I don't accept that I understand, Kelly, that you're in a difficult position, but I think that you, with all due respect, should go to your higher ups and say, this is unacceptable, and stomp your feet and bang on the door and say, do something about this. And I'm not backing down. And I don't want to put anyone else in a position where they feel like they're going to compromise their position here, their career. And I don't mind doing that because I think it's unacceptable what we have going on right now. And I think it's getting a lot worse by the minute. And it's once you see it, you can't unsee it. And once you make friends with these families and you hear about their daily needs for antibiotics for UTIs and their stories about what happened in the jungle, it's you can't unhear it. So I guess that was one of my main reasons for wanting to create another committee. But if there's no desire, then take it out. I'm fine with that too. I have a large group of people who are supporting me, not just in District 2. So I feel comfortable working with what I have.
I wish I had known how much you were doing and would have offered to help, but you and I have not been communicating on that in the last couple of weeks, and that is something that we can do better going forward.
I have always come to the meetings though for students in temporary housing and spread the word and recruited people. So I have been trying to be involved.
Okay. Danny, do you have more to add, or was that left over from before?
Sorry, leftover. I'll take my hand back down.
Okay. So I'm
sorry.
hearing two things. One, addition of a possible clause here for social workers and or something else. Robin, you have edit rights to the document. If you can just put in, I suggest that piece we come back to at the end of these other resolutions. If you can put something in there, we can approve it for edit. Lupe, if you also drop something in the chat, Robin and I can incorporate it.
I'm a little tied up, but I trust whatever. If Robin had already planned to amend something, including social workers or counselors, I trust it will be along the same lines.
Okay. So
the preschool element as well.
Fine, but
Preschool.
I'm just giving you. I got to move on, so I'm gonna give you edit rights to the document. Just drop it in and highlight it in blue, and then we'll vote to add it. The other thing I'm hearing is whether or not we need to create a separate committee. We have 5 sponsors on the resolution. I propose we just take a quick vote. Do we want to have a new council, or do we want to have a new committee? Robin, your vote. I'm just going by the order of.
Sorry, I was moving on to, no, that's fine. I'm going back to edit the resolution, but that's fine. We
That's
can take
fine. Yes, you want a new committee?
No, we can take it out. No.
No, we're taking it out. Daniela, in or out?
I'll support Robin whatever she thinks is needed to continue this effort. So if she's out.
Okay, Chen and Janie have said out. So therefore my vote. I would have voted to keep it, but we will take it out. Okay, we will move on to the next resolution. Resolution 208. This is for Lower Lab, extension of Lower Lab. Open the floor to discussion. Len.
Yeah, just very briefly, as a 2-time president of Lower Lab, I fully support this resolution. I've been involved in the process of trying to get Lower Lab extended K through 8 for over 10 years now, and this was including even before we had the Yorkville Middle School. So I support this. I think it's very important, and I think that Lower Lab serves an important group of students, an important group of learners, and it really should be extended K through 8.
Okay. Anyone else? My 2 cents. I was very impressed with the work. Oh, I'll let Daniela go.
I just want to say that I want to apologize for the Lower Lab community that you had to listen to some of the comments done here. It's not the first time that people who come here and ask for an accelerated education is being called racist. And if you saw the vast majority of people who spoke for Lower Lab, we have accents, we are immigrants. And so I'm sorry that again, you have to come to a space and because you want what is best for your child, you are being called racist. And the only other thing that I'm going to say is that, we are not trying to push our idea or the ideas of Lower Lab or like the curriculum on other people. And as I always say, nobody also can come and just try to push this on us. This is our option. This is the school that we want. And personally, I've been working on school choice and helping families of all races and all social classes for over a decade, even before I had kids. And that's what I'm doing here, is just letting parents choose what is the best school for their children. And Lower Lab parents want a middle school. They deserve a middle school. It's way overdue, and Chancellor Banks has an agenda of expanding excellence, and it's way overdue to expand one of our best schools that it unfortunately still has only elementary. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Ben, before I recognize Ben, Chanel, are we having problems with the timer?
Yeah, it came out, but I'll have to get back close to put it back in.
Do you need any help from any of us?
Yeah, I'll have to swap
yeah.
with her. I'll do that separately right after this.
Okay.
I just wanted to reaffirm, echo what Daniela said about the brave Lower Lab community. That they're looking to make a magnet school for a magnet middle school for our existing G&T students throughout the district, and also, if we have a magnet school, why are D2 parents sending their kids to Anderson District 3 and Nest in District 1? If we have these magnet schools, it helps parents to keep their kids in a local, in a local district, and they get to know the neighborhood kids. And so I think it's important that we create this. If there aren't going to be screens, we need some kind of magnets schools, and it's a brave, interesting solution that lower lab parents are putting forward. I thank them for thinking outside of the box, and what they've done with that school. We should be replicating, and encouraging kids to push forward. So I'm surprised how they've done it so quickly, and the thought, and I know there's been a lot of thought over the years. They've approached our council for pre-pandemic about such ideas. So this should be considered. And seeing how it helps our community as a whole. Thank you.
Yeah, Ben, if you take a look at the timers, I do want to get back on track. Yeah, I'll be quick. I was just impressed with the work that's gone into this. That's, like I said, it's far more detailed to the resolution than anything we've ever put together ourselves. And we did put more work into it after getting information from the parents, but the amount of data and information that we work with is beyond anything I've seen so far. And I think we've written some pretty extensive resolutions ourselves. So thank you to the lower lab parents once again. I do want to echo some of Daniela's statements, but I'll say that for the next resolution since it's fitting there as well. Chen?
Yeah, I'll just be quick. I also want to echo what Danielle, Councilmember Danielle has mentioned is, as you saw the parents and the families who spoke today supporting lower lab, many are Asian, and Asia is the most diverse continent or region in the world. Lots of languages, customs, religions, you name it, features, right, skin tones. And these people have escaped oppression like you've never known in the last 50 years, 100 years to come here. So they're qualified as people who are minority groups, coming from poverty, coming from oppression. So they belong to that club, whatever that club that some of the other commenters have made, which one of the lower lab parents also took issue with. People don't really respect real diversity, real, different experiences of life. And then I would just say that I also apologize to the lower lab families and all families who are from that kind of background. It's not the right background, I guess. It's not oppression enough. It's not the right oppression or the right skin tone or the right region. So I really apologize. People really should think about that. And also the assumption that, certain groups cannot do well on the test or something. That's on you guys who think that, not on anybody else. Given half a chance, with access, with opportunities and a lot of support, many kids have succeeded, over many years ago, and we took away those opportunities, and that's where we're at right now. I'm have living experience of going to school with students who are from low income, disadvantaged, Black and brown, Asian, back when we had these kind of schools all over the city. So please, I apologize to Little Lab families for that. Thank you. And thank you for your efforts on the resolution.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you, Chen, for your words. Any other council members? Going once, twice, okay, 3 times. Moving on to resolution 209. Again, this is for the resolution to restore and expand choice to middle school admissions in District 2. Any council members want to speak to this? Chen, is your hand up for this, for leftover or for this resolution? Thank you. Anyone else? I will make a comment if no one else wants to. Yeah, I'm going to echo what I said, what Chen and Daniela had said before. I still am baffled why the you have a timer.
No, I'm just going to say time. Yeah.
Okay. I'm still baffled to this day why every time we talk about this, everyone discusses rights of students with disabilities. This takes nothing away from them. And as a council, we will entertain any resolution that that advocates for students with disabilities. I haven't seen any come across my way. I don't claim to be an expert on that. I think there are those who are in charge of that committee and have more direct experience that would be more qualified to put forth such a resolution. Take nothing away from any of those students or their families. I am baffled by the, like my council members, why this is always a charge of racism. I'll go one further and I'll say, to deny we always talk about this in terms of a racial lens. I would call it a bigotry of low standards, of low expectations of Black and brown students, to assume that they can't qualify for these schools. As I said many times, a parent of half Asian, half Hispanic children, what you're telling me is by them having a Hispanic background, that they need more to qualify for these schools. I think one of my fellow committee members, Tunisia, said something very similar about her Black family. And I just don't understand it. And I am tired of hearing about this over and over and over again. Parents who speak up for their children's rights to an education to be met at the standards that they're at don't deserve to be called this over and over again. I reject that dialogue entirely. And that's it. I don't have any amendments to this one. I think it's good as stands. I again point out some of the results of the survey, and I again point out that it doesn't make sense to be based on the needs of the community and still be limited in terms of opportunities for advanced education. Thank you. Anyone else on 209? And then lastly, 210. There is something to add in 210. No, Janie, go ahead.
So I support 209 and 210, and I'm sure I'm going to sound like a broken record, but a high school lottery with tier 1 that has tighter buckets still means a student with the requisite grades and a bad lottery number will get the short end of the stick. The exodus of families will continue until families feel they have tangible input in high school choice. I want to highlight choice. It's not about, being elite. It's not about, my kids are better than your kids. I want to have some control and input as to where my child goes to school. Thank you.
Len?
Yeah, just on 210, I think the only thing we should be talking about is district priority. I don't know why we're even focused on geographic priority. We had District 2 priority. That's what we should have. I think we need to restore District 2 priority, and that's what the focus should be on. So I support this resolution. I just don't think it goes far enough. And we have to make sure that it's only District 2 priority. That's what we should be focusing on.
Thank you. Lupe?
I apologize. I had to get back to be able to turn my camera on. I did want to speak on 209, but I guess I can kind of put it together the way Jamie did. I think the word diversity sometimes gets singled out just based on race. I know it is talked about a lot in this council, and I would like to also highlight that to the lower lab families that I did not hear anybody call your community or this resolution racist. I will uplift the voice and just repeat what they said as far as the systems that are in play in regards to what we saw when we did have district priority and the higher tiers for the screenings and screens in general, and expanding that screen through the middle school. It does, it limits the choices and access for students, not just from different demographic backgrounds, but socioeconomic backgrounds, as well as students with disabilities. So when we talk about diversity, I am gonna always bring up students with disabilities, because the federal acts and laws that protect the civil rights of students with disabilities is to include the students in the same classrooms with their peers, regardless of academic achievement and possibilities. I think what the speakers were highlighting in regards to that lower lab resolution was the lack of diversity when it came to students with disabilities, as well as African-American students in that particular school. I don't think nowhere in there the racism was brought up. But I do think that the practice itself stems from the systems that have been put in place that stem from systemic racism. And so when we continue those same systems that we know have not worked, can you mute yourself? I apologize, Krish, when your reactions sometimes are distracting. Thank you very much. When we are working towards keeping those same systems in place, we're not working towards a direction where all schools can provide the needs for all of our students. And I would like to uplift District 15 because they were able to take a district, and this was pre-pandemic, so pre-lottery, a forced lottery system, where only 3 middle schools were really sought after. And at the end of the day, they are all very good schools. But they were all very good schools. And we're creating better schools by providing students with a more rigor or accelerated learning experience. The students need to be in the schools in order to provide those services to them. So until we get that diverse student population across all the middle schools, it's going to be difficult, because I hear we're all saying the same thing.
This time,
every school should be providing these services to every student, and that can be achieved if we stop sorting.
I just wanted to respond to Len. Len, in my meetings with in the meetings where I've attended with the chancellor, he's pretty much said district priority is a non-starter. It's not happening. So we have to be realistic of what we can get. And I know there's been some proposals from District 2 leadership about, what's in their survey, the superintendent survey, having 6 through 12 schools. That in itself is like having district priority. But I'd rather go through the front door and ask for Manhattan priority, and I actually don't see that as a bad thing. I think it benefits all of Manhattan as well, because that's how the other boroughs have it set up too. Now there are zone priorities for some of these schools in I guess where they call the I guess the buzzword is transportation deserts, and that has to deal with is a different issue. But I understand your point, but we're not going to get this for priority the way it's set up now. I thought we had a chance for borough priority, and we have to go through the. We would have to now go through the the new high school superintendent, and I believe our VP Das has some words to add to that for the resolution. But I understand your point. Thank you.
Sorry, muted myself. Robin Keller.
Yes, I'd like to respond to what Lupe said about we're all saying the same thing. We're not at all. We're asking for school choice. We're asking for parents to have a say in the future of what their children need and where they should go. We're asking for options. We're asking for Kelly to listen to us. We're thinking that he may not have listened to us at this point, and we're hoping he still will. We're asking him to listen to the parents and the community. We're not saying the same thing. Regarding lower lab, I heard so many parents speak in favor of the resolution, and it was really amazing to see. And it was really upsetting to hear people call them ableist or whatever other words they used. So yes, that they did use derogatory words, and I think we need to move beyond that. Regarding the current resolutions, I think it's wrong and unfair to have borough priority for every other borough but Manhattan. I mean, what kind of message is that when we're talking about, we're trying to diversify, but we just want to have, we take away from one borough but not the others, which was a nice parting gift from de Blasio, but yet we leave it that way. So back to Jamie's case, if a child has a bad lottery number, they really have no chance of being at school in Manhattan, even in remote proximity to their house, let alone if they're not in the top 15% of their class. And that is, a variable that is very dependent on the middle school that they're in. I strongly support all of the resolutions, but I think it's absolutely insane that borough priority is just dangling there, like we have to beg for it. It should have been a given that we would get Manhattan priority back. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilmember Egoroff.
Yes, I want to echo what Robin said. Like, Lupe, we're not saying the same thing. We don't want the same thing. Like, when you keep saying G15, their plan, all the middle schools are great. We don't think all middle schools are great. We don't think all middle schools in our districts are great. We have some schools that we think are good for our kids, and we have some schools that we don't want to go. And that is the reality. And it's not just us, my inbox, there are a lot of complaints about certain middle schools. And so there are a lot of people in our district who don't want to go to certain middle schools. And what we want is choice. We wanted to say, I want my kid to go to this school and not to that school. And everybody keep talking about this G15 plan, which is the biggest failure in our city. I mean, they lost so many students. How can we say that the plan was so great because, they had some great ideas, but then families are not buying what you're selling. Like, families do not want that system. And they are showing that. They showed in G15, they are showing now with the lottery, and they're going to continue showing if we don't change, course. And like, I wanted to make that comment when Superintendent Kelly was making the presentation. Maybe that's the message for us, right? The district does not want to serve you guys. Like, maybe there's going to be no space for us at the district schools. And if you want an accelerated education, you need to go either to certain charters or to a private school, or you move to the suburbs. And if that is the message, they just need to tell us, because then we need to pivot our advocacy to vouchers, right? If that is the message that we cannot choose the school that our children are going to go to, we need to become a lot more radical in our advocacy. Like, we're still trying here to work, we're still like desperate here at 10:45 p.m. trying to make the district schools work for us. But we are not, like Ben always, I'm so envious because he's so like fair-minded. I'm not ready to compromise. If the district can, because I'm not ready to compromise on my child's education. So if the district does not give us the education that we think our children deserve, we are out. And we're going to find a way, and families are going to find a way, and then we're going to definitely be a lot more radical in our advocacy.
Thank you, Daniela. Hesitant to go after that. All right, go for it, Jen.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness to the families of District 2, Superintendent McGuire, it's much better to tell us the earliest that no, we're not getting screens than to delay and pretend that we're going to get screens, because then you give them a chance of applying for schools of their choice somewhere else, to be really fair and ethical. I mean, that's, I don't know what you have in the kitchen, in the oven that's baking, but so we have no information. But to be very fair, to be very blunt, tell us first, ahead of time, so that people can prepare. Giving us false hope or coming out with very disappointing news, that's worse than, that's worse than anything else. That's, rather know now. I think families would rather know now, so they can, make plans, talk to their kids, set the right expectations. You'll serve them better with that. And that's, because I don't know what you have coming. So that's just based on lack of knowledge. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Any other council members? I have one piece to add and one comment to make. I will echo what Daniela and Robin and Chen said, but as for D15, I'm going to have to disagree. It was very plainly in the resolution that we had, where it was a study by MIT, and it absolutely pointed to flight out of D15 pre-pandemic after this so-called success. It's in there. It's in the resolution. We discussed it last time. To ignore it is really just to ignore it. Furthermore, the whole concept of D15 was predicated on the belief that with increased diversity comes increased academic performance, which has never been proven anywhere. Furthermore, in our own district, we've actually here twice in our council committee meetings have had people discuss how there has been a decrease in diversity after the institution of lottery. It was even something that was voiced as a concern by Ms. Robin Broshi, who I don't usually agree with on this matter, but even before she had said that possibly district choice, that lottery was not enough, that we need some sort of something called forced, I forget what the terminology is, someone help me with this, but then it wasn't sufficient, and that we would see an increase in concentration of ethnic groups because of neighborhood clumping, because of the parents' desire to go to schools near where they live, that actually diversity decreased with the increase of lottery. It was mentioned by principal of the PS 126, and the lottery was a formerly screened school for middle school. He specifically mentioned that there was a decrease in diversity after the lottery was enacted. So I reject it on many notions. We've seen evidence based on a study and actual anecdotal evidence within our district, and no proof that we've received either increase in diversity or increased academic performance from lottery. Plain and simple. I also agree that we're not speaking the same language, and absolutely anytime the parents talk about screens or accelerated education, they are often met with the charge of racist rhetoric or ableist rhetoric, and we definitely heard that tonight again. So I don't think we're on the same page here. Lastly, concrete, Len, to address your points, this was one, I agree with what Ben said. I don't think we can get district priority. However, I actually did soften some of the words on several occasions to leave the door open. And we'd added one new resolved, which I'd like to propose to add as an amendment. Therefore, be it resolved, CECD2 urgently requests to meet with the high school superintendent enrollment and the first deputy chancellor to discuss resolution 210 and other relevant high school resolutions to see if any priority adjustments can still be made. If not, CECD2 requests enrollment to attend a CECD2 calendar meeting or an admissions and diversity committee meeting, explain the rationale, and answer parent concerns directly. Len, refresh my memory. I make a motion to amend here, or we just make a motion to vote on it as amended when we actually vote. You're muted. I don't know if you're answering me or not.
I think you would make a motion. I think you would include the language and then vote on whether or not you're going to accept the amendment, and then vote on the resolution as amended.
And we will vote on the amendment right now.
Jennifer, you want to, am I right on that, or am I?
Right, you have to make the amendment, and then there also has to be public comment, or the ability for public comment after the amendment.
But I vote from the amendment right now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to amend Resolution 210 with the last therefore be it resolved as highlighted on my screen, which I will share. Sorry, I thought I was sharing, but I will share it right now. Can people see that?
All right, I'll second the amendment. I mean, I'll second the motion.
Robin, can we take a roll call vote? Or Chanel?
Yeah, Robin Broshi, so we're taking a vote about amending 210 with the language on the screen.
Correct.
Robin Broshi, you're absent. Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
Abstain.
Robin Keller, yes. Chen Kwok.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yes, we're
Just-
voting whether or not to amend resolution 210 with the language that's on the screen in blue.
And what's the vote so far?
Absent, one absent, 2, 3 yes, and 1 abstain.
Yes.
And Morden,
Yes.
Ushmanil,
Yep.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Len Fogsim,
Yes.
Robin Keller, I forgot myself, yes. Lily's absent. Okay, so it passes. It's amended. Congratulations.
Great. Did you get a chance to amend 207?
I did. Make sure it's in the right place. I didn't highlight it in blue. It's 0.4 toward the therefore be resolved. Go down more. Is it, go down a little bit more. Therefore be it resolved. Go down. Therefore go down more. The therefore be. Wait, did it not save?
Do you have the right document?
I thought I did. Nope, this is the copy LFS. of draft. Is that not it?
This is the one we're working on. This is the one I dropped and sent to you.
Yeah, no, the copy was the one that I was playing around with.
Okay, so here, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna drop it
You
into
can
the
put
chat.
up. You okay? Fine.
Here, can I just drop in the chat what I'd written?
Sure.
And it was right there in that same spot under the therefore. It was point, so under point 2, I had point 3 as provide preschool to younger children in these families and provide legal profession. That's not what I highlighted. Hold on, I have a migraine, I'm sorry. It was this section is what I added in the
Right here.
Here, sorry.
No, sorry.
There we go. Hire Spanish speaking social workers or counselors to help students manage the trauma they've experienced. That would be 3. Yep, right there. And then 4 was provide preschool to younger children in these families. And then that would drop provide legal professional advice for asylum seeking families to number 5.
Yeah, I get it. I'm unfortunately having trouble adding it here, but can we vote on it as is? based on the chat?
And make a motion towards that goal of
Great.
moving forward with this version with the amendments as noted in the chat by Robin.
I second.
Okay,
Just
thank
so we're
you.
clear, it's 4 and then, sorry, it's, yes, 0.4 and then 0.3. And we'll move 0.3 to the current point, 0.3
Current
to
0.3
point
to
number
0.5.
5. Yeah.
Okay, so Robin Brosh, she's absent. Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Blake, I'm actually talking.
I'm sorry, Ben Morden did see here still?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Len Silverman.
Yes.
Every time it gets me. Lin Fong Sim.
Yes.
And Lily is absent. Okay, and that passes, so it has been amended. Thank you.
Great. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. Anyone else have anything to discuss on resolutions? I'm going to close this session. And then we move on to our next component, which is second public speaking session. Chanel, you told me before, how many, I'm sorry, repeat again, how many people do we have?
19. I'm putting it in the chat now.
Okay. With 19, I'm going to suggest that we, in the interest of time and what time it is right now, that we do 1 minute. And unless there's any objections, please speak now. Great.
Okay, I'm just going to say time when the minute is finished.
Great. Ben, you were not able to add the timer back, correct?
No, I couldn't add it back.
Okay. Great. Okay.
Alexander, you're a free speaker. Can you unmute yourself, please?
I think she had to bail.
Okay, so Tiffany Ma, will you please unmute yourself?
I did see her. I asked her to unmute. I'll do it one more time.
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to cut to 1 minute. Okay. All right. I just wanted to support Resolution 209 and 208 on the expansion of lower lab. Speaking personally in conversation with many of the parent body and why people consider DOE for kindergarten and beyond, places like Citywide GT and Lucy Moses, like for music, and even Success Academy type charters are absolutely some of the critical reasons in having choice is a very big factor for people to choose public DOE schools over private and moving to the suburbs. Just want to mention that eliminating private academic screens and academic rigor doesn't stop privileged families from finding other resources outside of the classroom. So for example, due to the elimination of gifted and talented testing, a lot of parents are already getting advice about this dual track of tutoring and prepping for ELA regents and ERB as early as age 4 and 5. So this creates greater disparity in the classroom, and reducing standards to meet the lowest common denominator doesn't create equality in education, allows the middle run of families with slightly more resources to become elites, and creates polarizing upper and lower castes based on ability to provide supplementation. So, and on the topic of disability and Black and brown students, I want to point to Success Academy, who flaunts that they have 15% on IEP, 50% Black students, 30% Latino, and they are very strict to their testing, counseling out students that do not perform, and their metric is high ELA and Regents standards. And therefore, if we do not focus on testing and standards, people are going to choose this Eva Moskowitz model and go to private or go to suburbs, where they found models that work for everyone.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Next speaker is Alana Katz. Alana, are you here? We've lost some people. No, okay, so the next one is Xin Chen. I do see.
Hi.
Yes,
I spoke on the first section already, so my point is really to provide students the options and to incentivize them to excel and maximize the outcome, and also to keep parents stay in New York. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ilaria? Are you able to unmute?
Yes, hi. I'm speaking to Resolution 209. I'm a parent of a 6th grader who attends LMC, Lower Manhattan Community, and she and we are very happy there. I believe that all NYC schools have room for improvement, yes, some more than others. It's my understanding that D2 schools have some of the more academically rigorous and advantageous middle schools in NYC, so we are already in a very privileged district. I think we need to take what works and apply it to all NYC schools. One second. While the lottery system may not be a perfect solution, the screening process pits 10 and barely 11-year-old kids against each other, creating unnecessary stress at such an impressionable age. I am not in favor of Resolution 209. I am in favor of better public school education all around. I understand that parents want choice for their child's middle school education. However, public schools are meant for all learners, and screening creates the illusion that there is choice when in fact many children will still continue to be left out of good quality education and diverse environments. Those who fall through the cracks. Our energy is better spent on designing learning environments in every school and every district that caters to all learners, regardless of family resources, in order to give our 10, 11, and 12-year-olds a fair shot at a great education. That should be the long-term goal. Let's work together for the common goal of changing the current education system to one that benefits all. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak.
Thank you. Gavin Healy?
Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, great. I pointed out that Lower Lab was only 3 English language learners, and that it's the only D2 school without a single Black student, and that it's the one with the lowest percentage of students with disabilities in District 2. And that in a city where 70% of public school students live in poverty, only 11% of Lower Lab students do. Those are facts, just facts. And I've heard time and again, many people, including at least a couple of members of this council today, defend admission screens by talking about the soft bigotry of low expectations. So let me ask you this: should parents of English language learners and students with disabilities blame themselves for not demanding enough grit from their kids to get into screen schools in greater numbers? Or should we blame the cold hard bigotry of this council? And Mr. Das, your comment about being receptive to the concerns of families of students with disabilities is absolutely laughable. You have repeatedly used your bully pulpit here and on the PEP to call out one specific D75 student and his mom for speaking up for students with disabilities. No wonder more families of SWDs aren't willing to show up. Give us all a break. Thank you.
So we have Tam. Tam, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, hi. I just want to say that it's interesting because I actually agree with Tunisia, and I hope you give me a little bit more than 1 minute. All the parents that waited for you to speak for a very long time. It's 11 o'clock, so that would be helpful. I agree with Tunisia that the problem is within the K through 5s, that we need to hit the ground running on an equitable field, if you want to say that, that the schools are not equitable. And that creates this, perceived need for screens. What I don't understand is why we have to have separate schools. I've been an ICT teacher. I teach students with disabilities that you wouldn't know have disabilities because they've come so far because of the magic of the IEP and the ICT when it works and when schools honor them and honor their IEPs. And I've watched my son in an ICT class for 8 years now, since he was in kindergarten. And I've seen ICT teachers, 2 teachers, smaller students, teach nonverbal students and students that are 2 grades above grade level. You cannot tell me that it has to be done in a separate school. It's just not true. It's just not true. And just really quickly before I check out, I just wanted to say that I also agree with Ben that the goal is to elevate and inspire all students. But it's the means to getting there where we really, really differ, Ben. I don't think we need to screen and separate students to fire. And just really quickly, my son got into Clinton. He wouldn't have gotten in if it hadn't been a lottery because of his inability to test well, if you want to say that. And he is thriving. He is growing more than I've ever seen him grow. Children elevate and they're inspired when the curriculum is challenging and when they are accepted into that curriculum. So parents, please do not tell me that a lottery will put a student in a situation.
That's time.
We need to move on. Lee Duggar. Are you on here?
I don't see anybody else.
Okay, so no Lee Duggar. Lisa Marks, are you on here? Nope. Helen.
Yep, Helen is here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, let me just turn on my video. Yeah. I feel like many of the things are being said over and over again. I just find it very, very weird that, to me, providing the options for accelerated learning is really no different from offering classes based on skill levels in basketball, theater, or swimming. Like, you don't want to group everybody together when they're learning different things, because you have different groupings so that you can give children the best opportunities to learn and succeed at their own pace and level. So that's all I want to say. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Helen. Hans, I think I see you here. Can you unmute, please? All right, so Hans, are you trying to unmute? All right,
He's
we'll move
having
on.
trouble. Can we go back to him?
Yeah, we'll come back to him. Sumitra.
Hi, yeah, good evening. So hi, I was listening to all of you on the different resolutions. Yeah, once again, like, to what everyone was saying, I think what we are saying is we want the opportunity to have our kids screen, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that and asking for that, and that's the way I think about this. Regarding 207, I'm conflicted. Like just 2 years ago, when the taxes in New York dropped, so there was a huge cut in the education spending. So this is all new to me, but I'm just trying to understand how this will impact when we have funding cuts or something like that. How does this translate? I mean, that's something that we should talk more about, I guess. And also, like, US has about $30 trillion in debt. Like, our national debt is at $30 trillion. So I don't know where this money is going to come from to support, thousands and thousands of kids. So
time.
Yeah, I mean, like, that should be discussed more. Like, who's going to fund this, and how is these programs going to be funded?
All right, thank you so much. Faiza, you're up. I see Tom, but he's not here. So Faiza. Is Faiza away from the computer, maybe? All right, let's move on to Tunisia. Can you unmute, please?
Hi, thank you for letting me speak again. So I just want to reiterate, we are being tricked into thinking that this is some kind of, we're being pitted against each other in this, because one, you can have a lottery, which right now we have a lottery and students with disabilities that get the seats, right? So you have students who have disabilities and they get their own seats in. If you look on the DOE schools page, you can see that percentage. If you allow if schools that have screens, you can still have that option. So students can come in and you can still have the same option. So students because I was told by principals, this is a way to diversify This is a way to diversify by many principles. So if you want to bring in students with lower incomes who have different abilities, and you want to bring them in, you can still put those seats to the side and allow for screens if that's what you need. But the real fight is still every day going to be making every school a good school, regardless. So if you want to have the fight at the elementary school level. But if we're going to talk about here and at this level, we should be allowed to let our kids in any way that we feel, and still have seats for students with disabilities, seats for students at lower income levels. That is an ability, that is an option, but we're fighting this fight because we've been told that we can't have that. So think about it before we continue to fight. We're fighting for no good reason, so that way we don't really see the bigger issue. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Catherine Watson.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for having me. My son wanted to talk, but it went too long, so he couldn't talk. But I wanted to say that I am Venezuelan, and I absolutely support all the resolutions that you have today here, because I have my own personal opinions on that. I am a parent of a lower lab student, so I want to say that from the beginning. But I don't want to talk about my son, because one of the resolutions that is going to help the students is not going to help him. He's in 5th grade, and probably it will not be enough time for him to get into the middle school, the lower lab middle school, if that happens in the future. Hopefully it does happen, but it won't help him. I want to talk about my other son, who's in 7th grade. We went through the lottery. And a lot of people here, first of all, they criticize lower lab because it's not supposed to be enough different people. I have to say that lower lab reserve 20%, I think it's 20 or maybe 25% of the students for very low income. So let's start from there. It is a very diverse school, and there is all kind of characters in there. The other thing is that, thank you.
You can finish up.
My son is my other son was also on a GNT class, and when COVID hit, they decided to go as a regular school, and he was affected with that. He ended up having to go to council, while my student that was a lower lab didn't suffer any of that. And now he's in the lottery system, which again is affecting him, because like they just had a test like last week of the state test of how the students are going to do. And he did very well, but he said most of the kids said that they didn't do so great. So he's now already being very sad, because he knows that the whole year he's going to be learning the same thing that he learned probably when he was in 5th grade in the other school. So I really hope that these resolutions pass, and that the superintendent listens to the community at large here. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see, is that the right way to say it? I don't know if I see Yasmina. Yasmina, are you?
Yep. Yes.
Hi.
Here,
Hi,
Robin.
I'm Hui. I'm here.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Okay.
Oh, it's okay.
Yasmina,
Thank you.
wait 1 second, please. You're
Okay,
next.
thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I was going to speak on something different tonight, but I was so moved by the discussion of migrant families, because I myself came to the US as a refugee when I was very young, speaking not a single word of English. And now most people who meet me don't even realize that English is not my first language, and I myself was an English language learner in school. I owe everything that I have achieved to the support that my family received from the federal and state governments, the communities that embraced us, and the schools that educated us. I was a late bloomer for sure, and I struggled in many of the lower grades, but when I came into my own as a student, I benefited greatly from being able to access accelerated programs at public schools. My family was never financially well off, and I dreamed of attending private schools, but we were never able to access them. For these migrant children, and also children from less well-off families, we need to support them in the educational system. That means keeping enrollment high in New York City. It also means providing multiple on-ramps to specialize in accelerated programs, expanding acceleration, expanding lower lab, doing anything to keep families in the DOE. These opportunities these opportunities would benefit all students, and these opportunities would otherwise be out of reach for students who cannot afford private education. All the resolutions tonight seem designed to keep families in DOE schools and make DOE schools stronger. And I really want to be able to support these migrant families, and we can't do that without the strong schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yasmina, are you available now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi. I'm actually going to speak on Resolution 205, which was last month passed. The resolution to end unfair discrimination policies against students and family members who are unvaccinated for COVID-19. I am one of thousands of parents in New York City unvaccinated who are still barred from entering our children's school buildings. It's been a humiliating experience. It's been a devastating experience. Parents like myself have been slandered as anti-vaxxers despite having received all our routine childhood vaccinations on schedule. We've been told that we don't care about our community when all that we've been asking for is public health policies be evidence-based versus fear-based, since the latter stands to cause greater harm. And indeed, many of us have fought for caution where none was taken. The battle's been long, and what we've been demanding to be recognized has finally been recognized by the CDC, namely that these mRNA vaccines do not prevent infection, they do not stop transmission, they do not surpass efficacy of natural immunity. And that was stated August 11th and recognized by the CDC. But what's really concerning to me is despite that this Community Education Council still voted against this resolution to allow parents into schools. 4 members voted against this resolution, and the DOE is still barring our entry into public schools. I will not be able to attend tours to see high schools or middle schools. I will not be able to participate in celebrations to see the inside of my son's classroom. There's no science that justifies this. I have admired very much this evening seeing the compassion towards migrant families. I am actually stunned and devastated by the lack of empathy that's been afforded to me and my family and many families like mine. We are a very diverse group of people. We have been ignored, and I really hope that it stops soon. I can't quite understand what's going on because it seems to be defying all logic. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmina. Hans, are you available to unmute? Because I think you're our last speaker.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I missed the first part of the call. And also I understand that there was amendments debated, so I'm not sure what resolutions I'm commenting on, but I support the resolution 209 to expand and restore choice to middle school admissions in District 2, because school choice and choice of education for their children are fundamental parent rights in the public school system. New York City is an economically competitive city. Therefore, parents and families expect and demand academically competitive and academically rigorous schools for their children. This includes academic screened middle school and high school admissions. Second, I support the resolution 210 to provide and restore geographic priority to District 2 admissions, because geographic priority is a fundamental element of school choice. The fact is, families choose to live in District 2 in large part because of the heretofore academic quality and rigor of those schools in District 2. Therefore, taking away the district or geographic priority to local high schools is a violation of the parents' right of school choice. That's all. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
To answer your question, we didn't really change much.
That is the end of the public speaking session.
Actually, no, we missed one. We missed Al Suhu, and we were going to check on Faiza one last time. Faiza, are you? I'm asking her to unmute, and I did see Al Suhu. I think Faiza may be gone. Al, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. So good evening. I'm the president of CEC26 in Northeast Queens. Regarding Resolution 209, I just want to provide a perspective from my district. Because thousands of students applied for the few hundred seats in our screen programs prior to the pandemic, we can safely assume that parents want screen programs to return. Therefore, we plan to reinstate all of the screen programs that existed before the pandemic. Now, the elected members of CEC2 received very large numbers of votes by a wide margin, and therefore their collective agenda constitutes an electoral mandate. So whatever recommendations the council propose for the district, if they are under the superintendent's purview, they should be implemented. One of the dissenting council members said that screen programs are not equitable because students with disabilities don't have a fair opportunity to attend. Just want to point out in our district, 20% of the seats in screen programs are specifically set aside for students with disabilities. And so these kids are given a chance to excel. Bottom line for Superintendent McGuire and CEC2, I think your solution should be to restore screen programs exactly as they existed 2 years ago as the baseline. And if you have time, then you could try to make adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. I think that's the close of our public speaking session. If we missed anyone, please raise your hand and we'll accommodate you. But this window
It's now 11:20, and as recording secretary, I would like to move on.
I was going to say, your offer expires in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Can I
Okay.
vote to move for approval of resolution 207 as amended in our meeting?
Oh, we
Can
did
I
skip
move
that.
for?
I
Second the motion.
All right, let's do the roll call. 207. Robin Bruschi is absent. Kaushik Das?
Yes.
Yes. Daniela?
Yes. Can you please read the resolution?
207.
Okay.
The title?
The name of it. The name of
Oh.
the resolution.
Yes,
I
yes.
To
apologize.
support the needs of asylum-seeking students in District 2.
Lupe?
Yes. Thank you.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok?
Yes.
Ben Morden?
Yes.
Ushma Neal?
Yes.
Len Silverman?
Yes.
Lim Fung Sim?
Yes.
Great, and Lily is absent. Wonderful, so it passed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 yeses, 2 absent.
Can I move for approval of resolution 208 calling for expansion of PS 77M to a K through 8 school?
I second the motion.
Okay, Robin Bruschi is absent. Kaushik Das?
Yes.
Daniela?
Yes.
Lupe? Lupe Hernandez?
Abstain.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok?
Yes.
Ben Morden?
Yes.
Ushma Neal?
Abstain.
Len Silverman?
Yes.
Lim Fung Sim?
Yes.
Lily is absent, so that passes. Congratulations.
Move for approval of resolution 209 to restore and expand choice to middle school admissions in District 2.
I second.
Robin Bruschi is absent. Kaushik Das?
Yes.
Daniela?
You're muted.
Yes.
Lupe?
No.
Robin Kelleher, yes. Chen Kwok?
Yes.
Ben Morden?
Yes.
Ushma Neal?
No.
Len Silverman?
Yes.
Lim Fung Sim?
Yes.
And Lily is absent. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses, 2 absent, and 2 no. So that passes.
Move for approval of resolution 210 as amended in this meeting, geographic priority for D2 Manhattan High School admissions.
I second the motion.
Robin Broshi absent. Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
No.
Robin Kettler, yes. Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
No.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
Lily is absent. So that also passes with 7 yes, 2 absent and 2 no.
Fantastic. Okay. That was the last one, correct? Then jump the gun. 210. Great. Okay, that concludes our vote on resolutions. Sorry to interrupt.
You did not. I was going to say that all of the resolutions passed.
Great. Thank you, Robin. That concludes our agenda item 13, vote on resolutions. Move on to the next item, approval of minutes. Do you have anything to add as recording secretary before we vote on them?
I'm sorry, what?
I make a
Approval of-
motion to approve the minutes.
Great.
Second.
Great. Roll call vote and approval of minutes. I think we do have to do as roll call, if I remember correctly. Jennifer?
Let's say Robin Broshi absent. Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
Approve.
Robin, yes. Chen,
Yes.
Ben,
Yes.
Ushma,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim,
Yes.
Lily is absent. Approved.
Great. Yeah, unanimous. Next item, 15, new business. Okay. Lupe? You have your hand raised?
Yes. I would like to address what happened in our last meeting.
And you want to do that here and not in the working business meeting?
It's new business, no?
We have a right to do it here.
Entitled.
I'm just saying, offering it as an option.
Okay. No, I'm available with my camera on at this moment, so. I think it's important. I find that the chair at that time was not consistent in the way that things were being chaired. I feel like I've heard apologies from this council to our public regarding many. I'm just going to mute whoever is not muted because, like I said, I get distracted when you guys are reacting to what it is that I'm saying.
Sorry, am I doing the timer for this also or no? Kush?
Sorry, I was
Can
muted.
everyone mute? Can everyone mute themselves if that's the case? We're going to do time because.
That's fine. I think we should time.
Your timer.
I think you have 3 minutes. I will mute. And your time starts now.
I've heard apologies from this council on many different areas that in regards to things that weren't even said. I think I will be honest as far as the racism and ableism that has been spoken about tonight and is not in regard to our public community, but more so geared to this council. And what I experienced was definitely that, and I have no problem calling that out. I think it was inappropriate, it was rude, and it was a space where I was trying to highlight the fact that we were entering Hispanic Heritage Month, and part of new business I was going to say is I would like to close out and honor Hispanic Heritage Month because I didn't get a chance to do that at the last meeting. I'd also like to honor our Indigenous people and make sure that we were observing Indigenous Peoples Day. And I feel that during these times, we should be having a lot more empathy and being more collaborative. I came on this council to work together, and I have been silenced in many times in this space, and it has not felt safe or welcoming to many family members that do not align with the majority of this council, who will bring up the fact that they got a majority of votes. But I will remind you that with 20,000 students, the most votes that any council member got was, I think, 900. So remember that we do represent all communities and students in this district. And it is offensive, some of the things that are being said and put in the chat by council members. And I just want to address that it was the council members that made the ableist remarks and have said racist things, point blank. And I think it would be appropriate for the chair to address those things and acknowledge them. And I have yet to hear an apology from either one, from the chair, the parliamentarian, or council member Kelleher. And it's upsetting. So I don't want to take up too much of the community's time, but at the same time, sweeping it under the rug and pretending it didn't happen is not okay either.
Do any council members want to respond?
Yeah, I'll just respond. I'm not going to apologize for my actions last week. I don't believe I have any reason to apologize. I understand that you may personally feel offended, but when I looked at the video, in terms of what I saw, it appears that Robin's comments were taken out of context. She was merely explaining to you that we had been discussing a topic for a while and it was time to move on. I think what is upsetting to me is I've noticed in emails that we've gotten from members of the community after that, the comments were taken completely out of context and people left off the comments where it says it's time to let's move on. So in those comments, at least the way I read them, and by the way, this is having had the opportunity to read them after the fact, and to actually watch the whole exchange after the fact. It's upsetting to me how everything's being completely taken out of context and used in a really unfair way against Robin, and I don't think that was really appropriate. So I understand how. I'm not saying you did that, but I do think that clearly it's been portrayed that way, and that's absolutely not correct. I don't think there's any way that you could interpret Robin's comments if you actually read them and watch them again as to be anything offensive in terms of race. Just the way that people are trying to play this out, and I think that's really unfair. So I'm not sure what apology you're looking for from me. Maybe you can enlighten me, I'll be happy to examine my own conduct and behavior at last month's meeting. But please tell me what conduct it is that you're upset about, please.
May I respond? And
Sure.
and I will also like to ask the chair, may I please turn my camera off so I can breastfeed my son?
Sure to both.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's late and normally I have someone here with me, but I'm by myself with my kids tonight. In regards to her behavior towards me, I think it stemmed from, she's not the chair. I was being muted several times and not a single person said stop muting me, although several other people have been muted on this council. And the chair has never had a problem saying stop muting somebody. It's been said tonight. For some reason, that particular meeting where I was being muted consistently, and you can clearly see that in the video, Nor was I recognized after an hour and a half of the meeting setting precedent that, you know, it was made a decision late. And as parliamentarian, even our FLC could have stepped in and said, listen, you set a precedent when you acknowledged her. You never disputed the fact that she wasn't on camera when you did roll call. So at that point, to deny my recognition was, one, embarrassing, mortifying. My tech issues beyond your concern, obviously. However, when we are in person, I don't plan on being the person that's hybrid, right? And you didn't understand the law. We didn't understand the law, but the way that it was handled was very disrespectful and dismissive towards me. And I did not get the same respect that others received when they spoke to the people. In fact, if you calculate the amount of time that everyone spoke at that meeting, I'm like a 10th of any one person on this council. The amount of time that I spoke at that meeting was way less than anyone else. And everyone else got to share their family experience, and nobody had a problem with us taking the time, and no one rushed them in moving on. There were 2 council members that shared their experience with refugees, as well as their own immigration family experience. Were they cut off and told to move on? Was that the secretary's job to do that? Did the chair say, hey, wait a minute, call of order, or parliamentarian, call of order, because that's not your job to be moving on the agenda. And then when it was said, and it was offensive, regardless of her intent, it was offensive. And I don't think that just because she didn't mean it in that way, doesn't mean that it came off in that way. It was rude. It was abrasive. And the chair could have said something, because if it was me, that would have said something disrespectful. Or if it was Robin Broshi, that would have said something disrespectful like that. Every single one of you, we would have heard it from. And we've heard you guys bring up things that have nothing to do with this council and bring it up time and time and time again and throw it in people's face about someone else's behavior. But when it's your own behavior, you never acknowledge it. At the end of the day, it was the lack. I think what shocked and what was most demoralizing was the fact that you literally moved on as if nothing happened. And I'm sorry, I wish I could see some of these emails. If we're getting emails, why is not the whole council receiving emails? I haven't received a single email. So if there's emails going on about this that are pertaining to me, I should be getting them. So I would love to read these emails.
Time.
I had no idea we were getting them. And obviously I wasn't the only one to feel that way then.
Can I respond again?
Sure.
Yeah, first of all, I don't remember the exact sequence of events. So on to that, I apologize because I don't remember the exact sequence of events. But what I will say is what I think was upsetting to council members is that you were recognized and the chair did recognize you. And then in the middle of you being recognized, you went and left the meeting. And I think that, and then you were gone for a certain amount of time. I don't know how long it was, but whatever. And then you came back after that point. If I'm getting the sequence of events, and please feel free to correct me, because it has been a month and I'm getting old. But I will tell you that that there was a time you were acknowledged, you were recognized by the chair, and the chair from last month's meeting is here. I mean, you could talk to this. You were recognized, and then in the middle of that, you left the meeting. And I think there's a sensitivity here that you're having when you talk about how it's you and Robin and all of these things. And I recognize you might feel that way, but I think there's some other issues at play here that are exclusive of anything that actually happened or have nothing to do with anything that actually happened during that meeting. So I'm just trying to say that that's not, I mean, you were recognized. And I think that when you came back at a later point in time, after we'd had a long discussion, and I believe there was some, I don't even remember exactly what we were discussing at that time, but when we were discussing these issues, and then proceeded to want to get your point across, at that point, like we'd already had, and maybe the other council members might remember this. We'd already
Can,
had.
I was
like,
going to say, can I will quickly respond and provide that timeline if you like, because I was recognized. I asked a question. Oh, and I apologize. Were you finished, Len? I'm sure.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay. I
Wait,
asked
wait,
my
I need
question
to
and
interrupt here for a moment.
wait.
I need to
Can I
interrupt.
just answer hers? He offered for me to answer this question. He asked me, actually, he specifically said, if you can give me a better part of time. I
Please be quick.
asked my question I actually started off by saying I'd be quick. I'd probably be done by now, actually, if I wasn't interrupted. And this is what I mean. If anybody else would have been speaking at this point, nobody would have done that right there. Again, it causes it to be a lot longer. When I was recognized and I asked my question to Iris. I had 3 questions and I said that. I said, I have 3 questions. I asked the first one about students with disability. And right as I was finished asking that question, I said, you know what? I apologize. I do have to step away to be on the PEP, which that wasn't a big surprise. And there were 2 other council members there as well. And I said, I will yield some time to Len. Please let Len, and I'll be right back. And I actually came back. My testimony was less than 2 minutes. They only give you 2 minutes. I actually had 38 seconds left. Came back. You were still talking, Len, and Iris had not even answered my question yet. And I got to hear her answer my question, and I put in the chat. I raised my hand immediately, and the presenter acknowledged me in the chat. You were still talking. She answered both of our questions. Superintendent Kelly answered part of your question, and I just asked to be recognized after that. So it wasn't a long time. I wasn't away from the meeting, and this idea that because I don't have my camera on, I'm not engaged. If you look throughout that chat, I was engaged the entire time. I'm here. I don't have time to put on a Zoom and leave a camera on and pretend that I'm way more invested in this than you may think. And those assumptions were equally offensive. And that's it. If nobody wants to apologize, that's fine. There's no point in dragging this out even more. I don't need to. I was giving an opportunity, but if it doesn't want to be taken, that's fine. And I understand, Len, I don't fault you, but as parliamentarian, there was some space for you to do something, I thought, in some capacity, but definitely third down on the line.
No, I accept that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I accept that.
Yeah.
But I feel differently than you do, and I hope you recognize that we can have a difference of opinion on the way that was viewed by each of us. That's fine.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to say one thing because I will be she made a comment here again. I'm sorry. I disagree. Tonight, no council member has spoken 3 times. This is an example where it happened. At that event, when you mentioned it, you left out one key thing. The chair did not make the decision to move on. It was Iris. If you go back and look at the video, and I've replayed it several times, Iris actually said, I'm done, we can move on. She chose not to answer your question or to continue and ended it, not the chair. So you can be upset with whoever you like, but Iris should be on that list then if you're interested. Furthermore, it's been taken out of context by several people. And yes, council members took issue with the fact that you left mid-sentence. Agreed, there were 2 other council members that spoke at PEP. I'm one of them. I admitted it in the chat that day. But I missed 2 speaking opportunities because I was paying attention to this meeting, and only when I had an opportunity to. No one left mid-sentence, then came back and then choose to use their time. It seemed disrespectful to many. And yeah, council members took issue with that. Lastly, the words that were taken out of context, they were as if they were racially charged, but left out in key to the context. It says in the video, can we move on, please, Lupe? This is ridiculous. No one cares right now. Let's move on. So This is not the first time that you've leveled a racially charged accusation against a council member, and I don't expect it to be the last. You're not the only one here with Hispanic or Latina family heritage. Do you even know what Councilmember Robin Keller's heritage is, or is she just white to you? I don't think you do. I don't think you've ever asked. And yeah, your timeline is incorrect on some of those facts. The creative clipping of comments by Councilmember Keller is incorrect. And by the way, several of those emails were sent not by the council members you have issues with, but you can point to others, not of our doing. Any case, that is the actual timeline of events. Please feel free to look at them. And I'm only speaking up because you inherently seem to include me in this statement. Anyway, let's, it's time to move on, I think, unless anyone else has something to add. Does anyone have any other new business? Then I'm going to call for meeting adjournment. Any seconds?
Second that.
Great. Because we roll call vote, just raise hands. Raise hands, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6. Great, fantastic. Can we just take a quick vote on whether or not we want to continue for this next meeting or not? I suggest we do, because I don't know if we'll have remote next time. But
Agreed. Keep it going. Let's keep it tight. Keep it going.
Can we get a quick raise of hands as well?
I'll need the roll call for this.
Oh, you do need a roll call. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Right, business meeting, we're voting to move forward. Robin Broshi's absent, Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela.
Here. I don't know what we're doing here. Roll call. Roll call for attendance, right?
I'm sorry.
This is for the meeting to be
To continue?
now. Yeah, to continue. Well,
We
the
don't need to
calendar.
take a
Right?
motion for continuation.
I don't think we need that.
No, you just need a roll call for the next meeting.
We just need a roll
Okay.
call. We need a roll call. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah.
So you're continuing the meeting, or are you
We're
voting?
continuing the meeting. I don't think we need. It was going to continue anyway, unless we chose to end
Okay.
it. I think we should take a roll call for attendance again. I think that is required.
All right.
So let's
Kaushik
move to
Das,
roll here.
are you here?
I am here.
Daniela,
Daniela's gone.
Daniela did leave.
Lupe,
Here.
you're here, okay. Robin Kelleher's here, Chen,
Here.
Ben,
Here.
Ushma,
Here.
Len Silverman,
Here.
Limfong Sam,
Yeah, here.
Lily, no. Okay,
Okay, great. Request for the Office of District Planning for data asks and/or questions to follow up to July presentation. Ben, did you have something to say in this regard? You're muted if you're. Ben?
Okay, someone was blocking me from unmuting. Yes, the Office of District Planning reached out to us. They attended they presented in our July meeting. They asked any council members who had any questions or any data requests to submit them to them. I just wanted to inform the council on that.
Are we doing that in bulk, or we have to do that one-on-one? Oh, as singly?
They either or, you can submit directly to them if you'd like. I'll forward the email to everyone.
Chanel, would you be willing to do a consolidated email?
Yeah, I think I did send out a spreadsheet to add questions, but I'll send it out tomorrow again.
Okay.
Thanks.
I intend to add one. I've asked it every single time, and that's the daily enrollment numbers. or monthly or something more granular than what we have, which I think is going to be an issue again now with the asylum seeking students. But I'll leave it at that.
I think it's Caitlin
Whitmore, yes.
Yeah, Whitmore, yeah, that's it.
I think the STH numbers are also going to be almost uninterpretable for the exact reason you just stated, Kush.
Do you have, Ushma, I just want to ask you a question. With the STH numbers, do you have them for non-refugees or non-asylum seekers?
I do not. I can do what I can to ascertain those numbers via Iris.
Thank you.
Iris did tell me that last week, including asylum seekers, we had 20,000 kids in New York City in shelters.
Yeah, when I spoke to her earlier, she gave me a number, but it was incongruent with other ones that I had heard and what was in the resolution, et cetera, which was why I was chasing it up. But I will do what I can to help figure that out. And at the latest, we'll find out on Thursday night.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more comments on request for Office of District Planning? Oh, Janie? See your hand up.
Sorry, don't need anything.
Okay, sure. Okay, if anyone's done with that, move on to the next agenda item, update on initiative of council members visiting schools in conjunction with D2 leadership.
The superintendent is not in the meeting, I believe. I don't see him.
I think he left, yes.
Yeah, I was hoping he was going to stay on. There's one or two agenda items here that would require a discussion with him. I'm hoping that we can restart the efforts to visit schools again and have some greater council participation. Chanel and helped make arrangements at the beginning of the year with his office, but it'd be good to restart that soon, especially with when December comes up pretty quickly. We'll need to find out for the January submissions of capital improvement requests. So it's good to visit the schools.
And can I request that when we do make those meetings, that we not arrange them at 8 a.m. It's almost impossible for taking kids to school to make an 8 a.m. meeting time. So either like lunchtime, dismissal, or late morning, just that 8 a.m. is impossible for a lot of us.
Amen. And also some of those were on the very first day of school that, we wanted to bring our own kids. So it was impossible, but I 100% agree. It can be really difficult when you have kids that you want to get off to school on your own.
Yeah.
I expressed that to Superintendent McGuire as well, but he said that they do a lot of things in the morning and that the council members wanted that as well. I'm still with her. I agree with my council members on this. I will ask again, and I know Ben has brought it up, and I think Chanel has brought it up.
You meant city council members,
right?
Requested that,
yes. Yeah. City council members requested the AM. Our community education council members requested not AM, not 8 a.m. Sorry, late at night. Have we said enough here? We move on to the next item. Update on the meet and greet event jointly with Superintendent's office. I know one piece of this update. I think we were hoping for more from Superintendent McGuire, but Ben, if I'm not mistaken, it's no longer October. It's supposed to be soon, right? October 19th-ish.
Yeah, it was supposed to be this. Originally, supposed to be this Friday, which would have meant an event every day this week. Unfortunately, there's a DOE event the following Monday that many of the same city council members and other elected officials are attending. So the superintendent did not want to have a conflict with that. I already threw out some suggested dates. We haven't heard back. I was hoping maybe if you were here to discuss potential dates. But I'm hoping to restart that because there was a lot of interest and there were a lot of principals who wanted to attend, and good to meet with principals and PTA and SLT and so forth, and city council members and community board members. So it was going to be a good event. So I'm hoping that it gets restarted very soon. But I threw up some dates in November. Hopefully, superintendent will get back to us on that.
Any leading dates that we should be aware of?
I haven't discussed it yet with the superintendent. As soon as we have some working dates with him, I'll email the whole council, or together with Chanel. So
right,
get in touch.
Thank you, Ben. Next item, update on student council member selection. I assume this is something we're waiting from.
Check your
Superintendent
emails.
McGuire?
Check your email. Check your email.
Oh, something happened.
McGuire announced it.
Oh, they did. Oh, wow.
Just a name. We don't.
Every council member.
Yeah, so we have a name, but we don't know what school this person goes to. Chanel, do you know? Just that he used to go to D2 schools, but.
Well, I think Len Silverman would know.
Yes.
Spencer Silverman.
Sound familiar, Len?
Wait, am I right to assume? No.
I think you're correct, but I think Len is on the phone. Possibly with Spencer. Len, do you own a Spencer Silverman?
I do have.
Sorry, not own, but does the Spencer Silverman belong to you?
That depends. There is a Spencer Silverman. I do know him. I'll admit to him sometimes, but yes. I know he was one of a number of people that applied, and let me look.
He is our new CEC District 2 student member. Check your email that Kelly McGuire sent out.
Yes, I'll read it. Please join me in welcoming Spencer Silverman as our nominee for the CEC District 2 Superintendent member. I think he means more than nominee, finalist, I believe. Spencer has strong knowledge of issues in education, was a student in District 2, and has demonstrated a commitment to the work of the council. Chanel, I'd greatly appreciate it if you could add Spencer to our distribution list. We look forward to his joining our meetings.
That's great. That's exciting because believe me, he knows all of the issues in this district.
All right, well, that seems to be why he was chosen, but I look forward to working with him. Fantastic. We don't have to table that.
Wait, we have an issue. Does he go on the resolutions that were passed today in the header?
No.
But he's announced now.
He didn't vote on any of them.
Oh, he didn't vote? Well, no, you don't have to vote. You just have to be on the header.
All right, if the chair has any say, I say no, and let's move on. So, discuss location of November 2022 calendar meeting and November 2022 working business meeting. I take it we're concerned again about remote running out.
Not only am I concerned and some others, but our AA, Chanel Harry, she has to do a lot of permitting and interpreters. Yeah. So can we vote just to at least okay 333 7th Avenue in the extent that if we do lose the ability to have remote?
Before we do that, can I ask one technical question? When does this current law expire? Extension, whatever the hell you call it.
I'm not sure because some emergency powers were just extended by the mayor, but I don't know if that had to do with the migrant crisis, and I don't know if that applies to us. I
we don't know.
I've asked DOE legal some things, and they never get back.
So all right, I'm sorry. I interrupted. The motion was for something
to at least provide guidance that to vote on having access to 330 to using 333 7th Avenue facilities on the 7th floor.
Second.
Great. Okay. Do we need a
right,
roll call vote for that?
Yeah, I think we need a roll call. For sure.
If it changes to remote, if I can just get an answer like 15 days before, so I can switch everything with the interpreters to remote.
15 days before you need?
Yeah.
Yep. For me, 15 days, because sometimes it's hard for them to get theirs or then get the second vendor. Because for
I don't
today,
know
we
that-
didn't get.
I don't know that we'll get 15 days notice on a remote. Anyway, we're in the middle of a
We
motion.
could make a
Let's-
best effort.
We're in the middle of a motion. Point of order. This is Len's job, but point of order. We're in the middle of a motion. We're in the middle of a vote. Let's just vote, and then we'll deal with these in
Okay.
a second.
What, so is, this has to do with 33? What is this vote?
The motion is to assume that we're meeting at 337.
Oh,
sorry, what's the address?
333 7th Avenue.
So this will be a live meeting next time? Is that it?
If we don't have remote access.
If we don't have, yeah. Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't have my list in front of me anymore, so I'm gonna try to wing this.
I'll do it.
Sure, I could do it
Bob-
if you want.
Go ahead.
That'd be
Robin
great.
Roshi's
Thank you.
absent.
Robin Broshi absent. Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Igorov absent.
Absent.
Lupe Hernandez.
Yes.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Benjamin Morton.
Yes.
Ushma Neal.
Yep.
Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim.
Yes.
And Lily absent. So 8 yes, 3 absent.
And along those lines, because Chanel is going to, in the emails that she's sending, she's going to also request whether there is a need for interpreter services from the community. We had interpreters today and an ASL signer who weren't being used or accessed.
For Spanish and ASL, no one
yeah.
was there.
Yeah, no one was there. So I think it would be wise to get specific requests before we access interpreter service, because there's a cost to this.
Okay, sorry. Lupe, with your hand raised.
Yeah, I've spoken to Kelly McGuire and FACE, as well as my liaison schools that have requested this. And they did write stating, it's hard to gauge, and they knew that the interpreters are, they're hard to come by. The problem, what they were asking is, like, when they would get our agendas, they could tell us if they needed an interpreter, because they could see what is on the agenda and if their community would want to show up. There's a huge problem with that. We do not release our agendas 15 days before. So when I spoke to them, it was a matter of requesting it. And by the time that they get the agenda, that we can coordinate and maybe see, like, if they know that they're not going to come, we can let them know a couple days before. But it's not like we can request at the time that they release the agenda to know if this community would like to participate. Does that make sense?
It does. The circular problem, though, a lot of our agendas are based on DOE items that get announced, and there's just a lot of announcements within 15 days of our meetings. That's my perspective.
It's 10 business days. So just everyone else.
I mean, I think we just have a choice of either always requesting it and then canceling it if we need, which I guess we're just going to have to do.
That was the consensus I got from the community, as well as when I spoke to Superintendent Kelly about it, as far as the best way to go about it. Because otherwise there's no way to secure 10 days more. We still don't get the agenda. Like, we're not releasing a public notice about our meetings until 72 hours or 3 days before, which is too late. Was the point.
I get it. I'm not going to apologize for that piece of it, though, because
no, I'm not asking you to. I was just explaining after discussing the back and forth between that and trying to figure out the best way to secure the interpreters for them.
Right. Okay. So we do agree to just secure them and then cancel if necessary.
If you cancel close-ed, you still pay for it.
How close?
Like 2 days, 3 days before, you're still paying for it.
We'll jump off that bridge when we get to it, unless council members have any other
Because
bad
that
ideas.
happened before too.
I understand. Understood.
It's stealing money from our students. Yeah, if it's not being utilized.
I have no bright ideas here. And let's hear comments from. I'm not dismissing it. Let's hear comments from Janie and Jen, who have their comment, who hands raised.
Here's a question for Janelle and Lupe. Would it be possible when we send out the agenda, because you have to register, and during the registration process, have a question, do you need interpretation services for ASL? And that way, at least if someone ticks that, then we'll, in theory, know someone's going to show up. Or is that not helpful?
So for the agenda, that goes out like the 3 days before. But for the meeting, like say if I put out an email saying we're going to have a council meeting within the next 20 days, if someone replies to that saying, okay, I would need, an interpreter, I can send it out there.
I
But
mean,
if it's so close, we wouldn't get it.
Maybe we can do it as a test case and see, if a few people respond, at least, maybe that's something. Like, I guess if it's crickets and no one ever responds, then it's either it's not helpful, or we're just not getting the agenda out. So I'm trying to see if it actually spurs anybody to give a positive answer. And if not, then we just move on. I'm trying to think of if there's any other way we can gauge whether we're going to need it or not.
Once we get an answer that's 10 days before, I can put it in. But if it's after that, it's hard to get.
No, I understand. But I think maybe for this month, as a test, let's order it, but also include the question to see if actually anybody does answer. So part of it, I'm looking for an affirmation. If nobody answers it, then, the suggestion is meaningless. But if someone does, even if they respond yes 3 days before, it's at least confirmatory that, okay, well, we already paid for it. So hopefully someone will show up. They still may not show up. They still might get the agenda and say, actually, I said yes, but I look at the agenda now and I don't care. But at least it gives us an additional piece of information.
Okay.
Anybody, does that make sense? It doesn't really, it's just one extra step to go.
I don't quite understand it. I mean, one is, my first question is, are we trying to provide, I understand the 10-day notice to get the interpreters, and I think it'd be wise for us to get Spanish and Chinese interpreters. ASL, I'm not sure what your method suggestions for ASL, Janie, is. If we find out 3 days before, we still can't get the ASL interpreters. Is it for the next time that we know? Is that what it is?
What I'm saying is, this time let's hire the ASL interpreters, but put on the registration link, do you need, ASL interpretation? It's more of a way to see if that questionnaire, if that question actually gives us a data point that helps us for future meetings. So for example, if we send out for the next meeting this question and 10 people say yes, but then nobody shows up, we just know that we're just going to have to decide as a committee, we're always going to have it, because there's always a risk that someone does show up and then we don't have it. Or the flip side is that, 5 people responded or 10 people responded that they are going to show up, and 4 people showed up. Then we can say, oh, well, we can use this question, as a way to, as a confirmation that at least someone will show up that will need the services.
For ASL, they did send an email saying only if someone requests it, like someone from the community, then we can request it. That's the difference with the ASL.
They have 10-day notice requirement.
But that was right. No, but that was the part, Chanel. I reached out to them because they were not clear that, like, they're thinking that was what I meant by the public notice. When they get the public notice, they would notify us. I explained to them that by the time you get the public notice, it's too late to request one. And when I explained that to them, they said, okay, well, what we could try to do is let you know if once they receive it. But I didn't know that we were still charged. However, I mean, after speaking to both Faith and Superintendent Kelly, it was a consensus that we would rather have them than not have them, because it just allows for our community to be able to participate.
Can I ask a realistic question? How much are they? How much is the interpreter? Does anyone know? Chanel or?
I don't know.
I assume you don't know.
How much money kind of I know we didn't get a chance to like put into our, like I remember I had a bunch of money left over, and because we didn't amend the budget in time, I know we were trying to do that kind of late, and I would have given more to our students in temporary housing, you know, the remainder of money of our council. And I feel like there was a lot of money that could have went to that and didn't, because we weren't able to amend and allocate. So I'm sure every year, and I don't know for sure, but the few years that I've been watching and seeing some of these budgets at the end of the year, a lot of money is not used. And I'm saying if we have it, at least use it for the things that we need.
Yeah, can I just ask, just clarify, like, you're talking about the interpretation service request. And Chanel, you said that for ASL, they need someone from the community to make a request for that. So simply having an agenda posted doesn't qualify for that, right?
I don't understand.
I thought you said that the ASL folks said that in order for them to come in and do ASL interpretation, we need to have a community member requested. Then we can go request it. Is that correct?
Right. So they need someone to say, that they need it before I request it. Yeah, before I request it.
In the CEC or in the
No, a participant.
Right. I think he's misunderstanding.
Let me finish first.
Okay.
So simply posting an agenda on our website doesn't qualify as a community member requesting ASL. Is that correct?
No, someone has to request it who needs it.
Exactly. So I don't think that would trigger a request. So someone actually, so it would be more like what Janie says, which is if someone did request, then we can do that anyway because nobody's requesting it. We can ask someone to request it, then we can trigger that.
Yeah, what Janie asked is very doable. All we have to do is just add a field in the registration for Zoom. So
you need 10-day notice.
Yeah, but Chanel said is we can send this out earlier. So like for the next, assuming it's a remote meeting, we could send it out tomorrow, saying here's the Zoom link. Please register for the event for our next meeting. And if you have a foreign language request or an ASL request, please complete this form. So that's all really easy.
I think that's a great idea. And also, even if we have an agenda, if we need an agenda, we have a very structured agenda. We have certain sections that always repeat. That could be our standing agenda, and then the resolutions come in as the variable, right? Or whatever other speaker or special presentation. But our agenda can be like a standing agenda. Every month we go through pretty much the same topics. And there'll be a variation in terms of the resolutions and any special presentations. So that could also be very static and put out and post it, on a more regular basis until right before the meetings, then we post the final agenda, right? I mean, would that make sense?
It's in the bylaws.
Right.
Can I get in here? I would like to move along. So I'm going to suggest the following, if I may. I like Janie's idea. Let's give it a try. Let's also try posting a standing agenda earlier. It's not going to have our resolutions. That's usually the holdup. We might know something like the speakers. We'll try to post one earlier, a skeleton one.
Yeah.
Ben agrees.
If it's online, then you can update it live. At any time.
Let's go for that, and let's assume, unless we hear the costs are egregious, let's also assume that we're going to err on the side of providing it rather than not providing it. Everyone, does that work for everybody?
So what? Chinese, Spanish, and ASL?
Yes. and we'll go from there. See how it works next month. If that doesn't work, we'll revise. Sound good? Great, fantastic. I'm not being flippant. Well, I am because it's late, but anyway, new requests for council correspondence and or public notices. Anyone? I have one. I have nowhere near anywhere on here, but honestly, my experiences with DV Legal have left me more than once with a bad taste in my mouth. And I intend to have work on a resolution that requests that we no longer get. First of all, we get timely responses from DOE Legal. We no longer get vague responses from DOE Legal, and then we actually have a point of contact, and it not be through face. People can agree or disagree with this, but I'm a little fed up with it, and I intend to have a resolution on that. But I don't see any particular urgency in it at the time. So that's my one resolution that I intend to work on. Anyone else? And I may have conflated two items, so we're going to go with it. And those for council correspondence, public notices, resolutions, or letters in development. Lupe?
We are finishing up our school bus bill of rights resolution. It should be hopefully ready by November. And also going to be getting ready for a huge legislative petitioning to go alongside this resolution as well. So it's been a long time coming. The last one that passed in D2 was prior to this council. So looking forward to updating it and bringing it forth.
And do you anticipate it for next month, or no pressure, just curious?
Yeah, I said I'm hoping we're going to be finished and finalized with it for November.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else? Great. No correspondence, public notices, resolutions, letters. Anybody else? Going once, twice, 3 times. Great. Suggestions on future council meeting program presentations.
At some point, I'd love to invite people from Schools Construction Authority or otherwise to give us another update on lead paint remediation, amongst other things. This is it's a high priority topic. This is low priority. I'm not saying that we need to do it anytime soon, but it was among one of the first presentations from when I rotated onto the CEC, and it was really quite appalling, the state of affairs. And so asking people to come who specifically have that understanding and knowledge might be interesting for us to do at some point in the year.
Chanel has done some research on that, by the way. If she can share that.
Yep, I'll share it. It's for all the districts and schools.
I'm just going to wait in order of hands. Lupe, is your hand up from before? Or do you have something new here?
No, that was from before.
Gonna lower your hand. Janie, you had your hand up, but it disappeared.
Yeah, no, my brain's not working. I can't figure out what I was going to ask.
Chen?
Yeah, so it's a participatory budget season. And I'm just wondering also, we have the CEC or SCA kind of budget for infrastructure or capital upgrades. So I don't know if we want to start any of that off from our CEC. If there's a schedule from like last year, does anybody know when we would start getting involved with that and nominating school projects for schools?
No, you're right on track for time, Chen. Is we got to start getting that stuff, and then don't we usually submit in January? Like we vote and then submit something in January.
That's what I remember from last year, and the city council PB process has started.
Great. So I think that seems like a priority for next month, from what I've heard.
Cosign. Yeah.
Who do we contact? Our usual, like, I forgot the contacts with.
I'm guessing Ben knows.
We'll talk offline and just follow up for prepare for next month.
I think Ben knows. Okay, Lupe.
I've been in contact with some of our council members in our district regarding participatory budgeting and even including it in some of our schools with the kids. So happy to talk offline with anyone on the council regarding that and see if we can incorporate more schools and more CEC members. It'd be nice.
Okay. I'm sorry, was it an action item for anyone in particular?
No, he asked who we should be in contact on, like our council members, or yeah.
Got it.
For each
So
of the.
I'll just send a mail around about the PB process and the CSA-CC process. And see if I find who the right contact is and try to coordinate something between all our various council members and across the districts and our liaison schools.
Thank you, Chen, for taking the lead on that. Okay, was item number 9, so future council meeting presentations. Calendar updates, I'll throw 3 on there that we discussed ad nauseum. One is the safety meeting tomorrow, 7 p.m., or today rather. The next is students in temporary housing the following day at 7 p.m. And we know there's the admissions issue with Mandarin Cantonese translation for Sunday, although I don't think we got a time on that. Apologies, but we'll have to look for a email from. I guess I'll try to send an email on that after talking to Kelly tomorrow. Any other calendar update items? I see Lupe has her hand raised. I don't know if that's from before or not. I don't know if you're muted. Okay. And does anyone know if I know when our actual next calendar meeting is? I'll look it up. I'll look it up while we move on. Any other items for here? Calendar updates?
Move to adjourn.
Well, we have new business. You're jumping the gun for one. I just got to announce the date. New business. Anyone have new business?
It's November 15th is the.
November 15th, and it is a Tuesday. It's not one of the ones that's a different day, correct?
It's a Tuesday.
Okay.
So but it's a little bit later in the month, I think.
Right. So it's actually the third. It's a second full week, but third week. So Tuesday, November 15th is our next meeting. And the last point in item 10. Any new business? Going once, twice, 3 times.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Good night, everyone.
Everyone say aye. Good night. Thank you. Hope I didn't disappoint this chair today.